Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7.
Islam, Islam, Islam. Moorish America on a rise upon the 7th and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, Al-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. Give honors to our Grand National Seal. Give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and Bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our Holy Prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you to another late night library session. And I'm your host instructor, Dr. Shahidi Money Amohadi Shabazil. And my ancient committee and high name being the same is Dr. Shedow Mintiel Muhedjis Shepsuel. And I have a powerful measure to bring forth to our family tonight. Indeed, a grand drawing. You know that each and every one of these particular lessons are linked up in the chain of truth to every other lesson. So it's a blessing on the manifest as we come forth with all it is that we are demonstrating, family. Make no mistake about it. I want to give honors to our beloved brother, Noble Brian. Actually in this particular session here, we are actually picking back up where we left off when we first started our late night library session. And we were dealing with the masterpiece, God, Man, the Word Made Flesh. A work that was actually written by doctors in relation to dealing with the esotericism as it relates to the scriptures. So we will be touching on a lot of this, but we want to go at the root to let you know where all of these sciences originated from, or where they started at, because when we go into the true history behind these different signs and symbols that are found within the heavens, this sacred geometry, so to speak, dealing with what is known to us as the world of little animals, the zodiac. When we go into the particular background of this, we're going to find that our ancestors were demonstrating with this ancient calendar long before the European came up with their concept of such a calendar. So, most definitely have your heart and mind ready for this information. So we got a grand drawing to bring to the manifest. Be sure to hit that like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already. And also let the people know that we demonstrate as we are. It don't get no plainer than this, in which we getting ready to bring forth. And like I said, it's gonna be a powerful measure, and our family will be receiving a lot of elevation as a result of this special demonstration. So without further ado and delay, I want to go into a few things. Remember, if you look at the subtitle, it states the plane sphere of Iunet, aka Dendera, as most people would say. And this is dealing with the divine light of the angelic ladder of ascension. And this is basically dealing with how this relates to us as humans. So this will be a most powerful demonstration here. I want to make sure that I have all of these things up here, because there will be certain charts that I pull up here, that are used universally as it relates to this. And let me pull this last one up here. So you're gonna get a chance to learn this, and how it relates to us. And this is actually picking up, where we left off at. This is actually where we ended up leaving off at last night. Believe it or not, there's a connection to this, and there will be those, if they have no knowledge, they will criticize this special demonstration because they don't know any better. But that's all good and well too, because everything ain't for everybody, and everybody is not necessarily woke when it comes to dealing with these special drawings that we'll be going into. So we definitely got a lot of ground to cover, but we're gonna try to do like we've been doing in the last couple of days, and do it within the within a good time frame, so to speak. So like I say, I want to open this up. I want to make sure first I get this other chart up here, and then we'll move on from there. So okay, let me see here, this last chart here. Let's see. So while I'm doing this, family, like I said, try to get on, well, reach out to our family anyway. Try to reach out to them and let them know what we demonstrate. So everything, this is what we want to speak on as well. We got to remember the concept, as it is above, so it is below. As it is within, so it is without. So everything that we look at when we read in the text, we find out that the text actually relates, to a story or a lore that also represents to the extent of what we have in this special body. So once you're able to understand that, you get some clear conception about the story and how deep it actually goes. So we got a couple of different measures. I'm trying to find this special drawing here. As soon as I pull it up, we'll be getting that to the family. Okay. This is another one here. Okay. Let me see here. Get them likes up, family. Islam, Sister Curta Bay, Brother Ronnie Dwight. We want to give honors to both of y'all as well. Honors to your family and all that you do. Okay. Okay. All right there. Like I say, I want to make sure this demonstration is on point for you all. Yep. So let me see here. We almost there. Okay. Got that one there. Okay. Got one there as well. Okay. I definitely got the, there you go, right there. Man, they made it hard for me to find this one that time. Okay. Okay. Open this right here up. It's the one I want right there. We actually like this one better. This is one here. Now I just open them all up right there. Okay, this is the one that has everything in it. So we'll open this up. Well, they tried to hide that. Oh, they done took that up out of there, huh? We got a trick for that. Let's see what happens. There we go. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so now I can share this screen right here. Now that we got that out the way. They really tried to bury this information this time right here. I definitely got to put this one in the archive. But we can't let them get away with that, family. We cannot let them get away with what they tried to pull just then. So, okay, let me pull this here. All right, go back over here where I was. I want the upright version as well. And it's found over here. There it is. Okay, we'll just open that one up. And open it up over here. That'll be sufficient. Okay, so both of them came from the same. Okay, I already had that there. Okay, so there we go right there. Let me close that up. Okay, so let us get here. Let's get in here and get this demonstration rolling, family. Okay, share the screen. Okay, now that we share, we're ready to rock now. And so what we're going to start at is actually in the Book of Fire. I want to start in the Book of Fire first. Where are we at? And this is our chairman want to give honors to him, for this grand drawing and the information. This portion here is where our chairman gives us a grand insight in relation to dealing with, what is known today as Zodiac. And he states Islamism is the zodiac. It says the ancient ones recognition of the divine coordinates between planets, the timetable of manifest destiny, and man with other forms of life. These coordinates are the spiritual astro bonds, which with design orbital effects upon other living cycles, past, present, and future. So he's talking about the influence that these planets and stars and constellations have upon the cycles of life. He states time elements are divided into thought increments of hours, days, years, and ages. These two are often divided into the celestial governments of the 12 houses called zodiac. This is for the same reason that we call our 12 departments the 12 constellational, houses, so to speak, or departments. These houses are the life cycles. Still, these houses are preceded by the suffix zo, and it states which implies animal kingdom, e.g., zoo. The word zodiac means world of the little animals because each of the 12 houses is represented by a symbol reflective of the characteristic of their special house. The ancient Moors were able to reason early in the life of man. All life evolves in cycles of fruition. The true astrology, is the living manifestation or manifest of a destiny, so to speak. It says in the consciousness of man's deific life. Man was created perfect. He came from a perfect source. He therefore is a perfect being, and to perfection he must return. This is the true purpose for the zodiac. Who would know this better than the ancient Canaanites? They later inhabited the Terrymathian kingdoms in the Upper Nile, whom first designed the zodiac as a celestial calendar to measure their cycle of growth. And we're going to prove that. It was the Kemites that created, this particular calendar first. Mingsti, an elder, a wise man from China, once told Yehoshua, all things are thought. All life is thought activity. And this is what we want to keep in mind when we talk about, these particular signs, these different angles, geometrical angles. And you will come into a clear conception of how that relates to angels as well. But again, all things are thought and all life is thought activity. The multitudes of beings are but phases of one great thought made manifest. Lo, the great God is thought, and thought is the great God. In other words, everything that is on the manifest is manifest as a result of the thought of the creator. We just talked about this last night. We even mentioned, the macrocosm and the microcosm. And so when you deal with what we call, the zodiac, what people commonly know it as, we are dealing with what we call that which is above and that which is below. It has to do a lot with the circadian clock, a rhythm as it relates to your symmetry, your makeup. And it has a lot to do with the cell salts in your body. It has a lot to do with the 12 cranial nerves in your body. Also the 12 dorsal vertebrae in your body. All of these things are influenced, whether we know it or not, by the movements of planets. This is not anything spooky. This is the way that life works. Even in the Piscean records, in the book of Job, it is asked, who is able to, chart the stars and set, these things that are in the heavens and the earth. In other words, who has the wisdom to be able to recognize how these things influence us? Even in the Quran, the Grand Quran, there's a reference to, the workings of the stars and the constellations and so forth and so on. We can go into that. But there's one specific drawing in relation to this video I really want to touch on, because it deals with the concept of cycles. Because we know when these different houses, the sun moved through these houses, different dispositions are represented as it relates to the cycles, and they have different influences, upon paradigm shifts as it relates to the thinking of the people, so to speak. So wherever that sign, or that house, is fixed, and the sun is fixed in that particular house, so to speak, this represents, the vibration of the thought, and thought activity is influenced by this. This goes not only into our consciousness, but the planetary consciousness, and also down into our very being. It has an effect on us, so this is something that you can't overlook. This is life science again. And this is not life science to the extent that where it's going to be debunked, or it's made to be debunked like European earthly science in the normal aspect, but this science is applicable to you as long as you are in this body. So that basically would say as long as you live, it's there to never change. These cycles, remain the same, so to speak. But anyway, they represent different times and climes, and different events have taken place as a result of where the sun was in a particular house. All you got to do is go back over 2,100 years and you'll see this to be a fact. Some people say 2,160. They give many different measures, but we measure our time according to, the Damari way of keeping time, based upon the 7. So when we look at it from this standpoint, we see that, 7 and 3 is 2,100, 700, meaning 3 cycles of 700 years, which represent the rise and the falls of empires in most cases. If you notice, our Moorish empire lasts 700 years and it fell. It was, they say that the phoenix rise from its own ashes. Some people say 700, some people say 600 years. But all of this represents a renewal, reforming, so to speak, in different cycles that are ushered in, of the ages, just like this new age was ushered in. And we call it the age of benevolence. We're going to show you that in a minute. But I want to go back to a drawing we were speaking of, the angels ascending and descending upon a ladder. We was talking about Jacob's ladder in the Piscean records, and the Most High God was at the top of the ladder. And he made the statement when he woke up, he said, man, God is most definitely in this place. And he wasn't talking about a building or a temple somewhere. He was actually speaking of himself, because he had woke up from what was said to be a dream, according to the Piscean records. The house of God, or house of God, is referred to, in the teachings of Islam as Bayat al-Mamur, or the Lot tree of the utmost boundary. Now we hear, where Yehoshua has said, in my father's house, there are many mansions. You see, and if it were not so, then I would have not told you so. And so when we look at the house, you are the Father's house. You are the temple of perfection. Within you, there are many mansions, whether you know it or not. And so these mansions are in relation to dealing with the zodiac, as they represent different parts of the overall body, and the influences of the signs upon those portions. And they also represent, the influence again upon your brain in general. And having this knowledge will also equip you with the ability to be able to heal yourself. Because once you know how you are made, and what the body consists of, then you can better actually go into trying to heal certain ailments, and cure. And also you have knowledge of actually what type of illnesses may come your way, and you can ward them off before they come. So that's why this knowledge is important. You see, because it definitely has something to do with you. And we're going to prove that in no matter of a time in a few minutes. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go a little further into this special drawing. And we're going to get a little deeper off into this message. So let me go to my next drawing here. Hold up. Give me a second. I want to make sure that it's share. So I'm going to stop this right here and I'm going to go into this other portion. So this is some adept insight that we going into right now. We don't hide nothing. We giving you all the truth. Nobody can never say that we didn't give it all to you. Because we most definitely giving it to our people. We making it plain to them, giving them the whole truth. And all of this stuff, again, is knowledge that is important to be had. Mm-hmm. Give me 1 second here. We'll go into this in a second. Okay, so let me pull this other portion up for you here. Let me go ahead and share this again. So we're going to go a little further into this. Now that we're here, I'm going to share the entire screen again. Hopefully this right here should be good. I'm going to just try to roll out from here. So let's go into some knowledge about, the Dendera in this name. For example, in basic aspect, we see this term Dendera is Arabic, Dendera. And this is why I put AKA Dendera, right? But it also goes into Bohairic Coptic, and this is Nitintori, and then it goes into Sahidic Coptic, which is the same thing, and then also spelled Dendera. And then the ancient name Kemetically is Iunet, Tentris. You see, so there's a connection here. You see, but the name Dendera is what is a replacement for what we know as zodiac in most cases, in the way our people understand it. Kemetically, it's Iunet. Iunet is what it is called. So it says also in the Arabic, Iwant, there's a measure, and they connecting it to Tentris, a Tentra, a small town. It says, hold up, let me make that smaller. And former bishopric in Egypt, situated on the west bank of the Nile, about 5 kilometers, 3 miles south of Kina, on the opposite side of the river. It's located approximately 60 kilometers and 37 miles north of Luxor. It says, and remains a Catholic titular, which is what it became later. You see, this was also one of the sites that the Ptolemies end up going in and stealing from and remixing. It contains the Dendera temple complex, one of the best preserved temple sites from ancient Upper Egypt. So it was still a remixing that went on here. And you will see it, there are certain things in reference to dealing with the ceiling. Matter of fact, we can show you that when the ancestors built the way they did, they put a, symbolic heaven up here. All this deals with what some people would like to call heavenly signs, a zodiac. See the sun up there, the boat, See all the stars that's moving up here through it. When you blow it up, I guess I blow it up too much. Yeah, it's if I blow it up too much, look like they're moving it for me. Let's see. So you can see it anyway, though. You know, these are different boats, and you can see the Neteru moving through the boats. You see the sun here. You know, so this is in the ceiling. I wonder what somebody would try to see if they were trying to read that, if they tried to connect that to different kings, as they would like to call it, to a Nesut Biddy. I wonder how they would work that out when all of this stuff is dealing with what's dealing with celestially, since they say that they don't deal with no spookism. You know, so, you know, it has a whole bunch of different artifacts in here. And a lot of this was dedicated to Het Heru. You can see they done put the Ptolemy version on here. You know, we can see even a lot of sarcophagus that are actually laid out here in this area too. You know, all over the place. You see the ruins. You know, we can see, you know, again, the different changes. We see Bess up here. Whole lot of stuff. This is just showing you the outer aspects of the complex. And as you can see, this is definitely, you know, Roman emperors that they done put up in here now. So it's not what it was in the beginning. Like we told you, they even took the ceiling out of it. You know, so they took it and they had a so-called restorations, and they remixed it. And so today it is known as Dendera, but it was known to our ancestors as Iunet. Iunet. You see? So when we go further into this special demonstration, now we get into what is called the Dendera Zodiac. A lot of we just call it the Dendera. As you can see in great detail here, you notice every time I blow it up real big, so that let me know I can't blow it up too big. But if you notice, you can see all of the different, see the bull right there. There's a ram right there. I'm going to see if I can hit it real quick. Yeah, let me do it that way. So you see a ram there. You see a bull there. You see a bunch of Neteru all up in there. A lion there. You see a crab there. You know, you got the scorpion. They got all types, you know, of the animals up here. You know, when the chairman say the world of little animals, you definitely can see it. And all of this really represents sacred geometry. So our ancestors was demonstrating like this. You see the little 5-pointed stars up in there, you know, which has a representation of what we call the Amduat, or the Duat is what it is referred to comedically. You know, there's a lot of symbolism behind it because they also represent instruction. So what instructions, you know, were being demonstrated up here? You see, did they have anything to do with the influence, you know, of human life and so forth and so on? We see the this is actually look like Sobek here, you know, the crocodile, you know, or it can be hippo, depending on, you know, what I'm looking at. So we can see all of this represents a cycle. If you look at it, this plane sphere represents a cycle. And these demonstrations are rotate accordingly. This is what's going on. This is what the European tried to come up with when they created their zodiac. But the ancient ancestors had already did it. And we can go back as far as 3100 BC. That's how far, you know, it goes back with our ancestors. This is a more animated version of it. I'm going to show you a couple of more in a minute outside of this. We just going here because they are all here on this particular measure here. And this would be the example of how we see these things in our sky, but yet they represent the same thing. You know, in fact, you often hear me talk about, you know, the center, you know, the pole star, and then you see right here the Big Dipper that's rotating around it, which is called the Kafesh in ancient Kemet, you know, which represents the scimitar. That's exactly what it represents. Rotate in that particular area. They also have measures where they refer to that which rotate around it and refer to it as the constellation of Draco as well. So again, you can see the way they put this stuff together. Definitely, our ancestors been demonstrating this longer. So this is really the plane sphere of Iunet, aka the plane sphere of Dendera. If you notice the shape of this, you see the gateways here with the goddesses. Then you see gateways here with, more masculine expressions of Heru. You see, and they have the double expression of them. That goes back to the double signs, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. If you were to look at all of the figures that surrounding this, so there's always a cross pattern, dealing with this plane sphere, going in all directions. Make no mistake about it. If you look at this is so powerful. It makes you think about, when we talk about the throne of God, all of this is really synonymous to this plane sphere. Is synonymous with almost looking down from the heavens, into the crown, of humanity, which is man's thought pattern, because his thought pattern is influenced again by the activities in the heavens. Make no mistake about it. So when we go in here, we see a lot of different expressions here, where they give these different expressions. This is one where one actually has the leg of the ox connected to the head of the bull, because that's why they call it the constellation Musketi, often the bull. And if you look here, you can actually see that, this demonstration is being held on the chain, and this is actually a goddess here. It goes deep. We can go into many different aspects. You see, they got many different examples up here. You see them up there? This would be like the Sagittarius drawing here, Scorpio here. You see, so nobody can say that these things didn't come from Kemet. And see, these right here were found in Luxor's temple, which is one of the most important temples that relate to what our ancestors established. You see, again, certain things have been removed on purpose. You often hear the story about a serpent having legs originally. Here's a depiction of that in the writings, but I mean, in all actuality, to be honest with you, though this is expressed this way, and if we seen something like this, we would say that was extraterrestrial. We seen something like this, a human with a lion head, we would say that was extraterrestrial. But really what this represents is the personality and the personification of certain human beings, so to speak. And be it that they either became a master, of this, or they had the strength of this expression, which would be like the lion here, or as we say, the wisdom of Wajet, the serpent. You see, it goes deeper than most people think. We can see a whole bunch of different depictions in here. We just have to go into knowing exactly where these things come from. See, it's saying the Big Dipper. And I was telling you, it's the goddess. You see? You see Heru there with his Atef crown on. I'm just showing these things just to show, how much this is really referring to the things that are above. We see that same drawing with the bull head. That's the same thing that was being held down here by the chains by this one here. And these represent different months. These are monthly cycles up here, whether people know it or not. That's a whole lesson just going in that alone. Just like the chairman was saying, our ancestors were the first to demonstrate this. Long before the Romans came up with their particular calendar. We see one here with Arabic writing on it. Everybody had to copy from Kemet. Same thing here. We see it. So you get it. You get the drift of where we coming from. We were the originators of these things. These things are nothing to be afraid of or spooked out about. Because the Most High wouldn't have put it up there in heaven, if it didn't have purpose of observation. So this is actually a ceiling here that you see. We showed it to you earlier, but it's actually up in the ceiling. The Europeans have created fake measures too and replaced those, where the originals were, and then took the real ones all over into Britain and everywhere else. You see? So here's another good, this is a good shot showing you again. You see the confession right there, actually, that leg. This is the greatest example of expression when we talk about cherubim and seraphim. We can see that up in there. Minus that a contradiction. Beautiful way of, preserving the culture. Our ancestors was most definitely demonstrate. They made sure that what they put up there, was remembered. So now that we know and we have, the knowledge of this, let's go a little further. We begin to see, and the European came up with this, they came up with a whole bunch of different drawings. Notice this right here in this one. You says the cross on which the sun is annually crucified. So they would tell you that this is the real crucifixion. If you look at the symbol here, and it has nothing to do with a man being crucified. It has to do with the crossing of the sun in a particular area. You see? As it relates to the 12 signs of the zodiac. And they got a whole bunch of everybody done created some type of chart here, to represent, thought activity, so to speak. We're going to get deeper into this in a minute. I'm just showing you all this stuff that done been created. A lot of this stuff is, in different books that you will find, but they all took this from Kemet. I'm going to get into some things similar to this. This is what we really want to talk about. The influences on the body. Aries represents the head, for example. You got Gemini right here, as relates to the shoulders. You got Taurus represent the neck. That's why they always talk about one being, Aries, they more of a head strong, Then you got stubborn, stiff neck as it relates to the bull. Then you have, the Cancer, which actually deals with the heart expression coming on down. Then you have Leo. All of these different things represent different portions of the body. Like this symbol of what they would call Libra scales. We call them Iunet scale, which would be mine. That actually governs the kidneys. So that means that's what I need to be taken care of when it comes to myself, when it comes to cell salts. If not, then different ailments can come upon us, so to speak, if we take it for granted. So there are certain things dealing with your sign that has to do with the cell salts that you need to take within your body. We're going to get into that in a minute. I'm going to show you them cell salts. So I'm just showing you, though, the different expressions on how these different things have been taught about through many different cultures. These are different cultural expressions of this stuff being here. So this knowledge has been around a very long time. You see? And like I say, it has become something that has been taught as being spooky. But ain't nothing spooky about it. Look at this with the man in the center. And look at the 5 points of the star, the pentagram. We're going to get into that in a second. So here are the numerous different charts that were created. Again, showing these things in the same way. All of them agree, that these signs represent the same portions of the body that we were speaking of. That's from Yale. All of these things are showing you the influence the planets, in these constellations, so to speak, have over the body. These are all actual charts, family, that people have been using throughout the ages, dealing with these references. See? All in your hand. The symbols are all in your hands. It ain't got nothing to do with worshiping these things. That's another thing. Our ancestors, especially the Sabians, and the Sitter people of West Africa, they was into it. Y'all seen this symbol. Y'all seen me use this one. And it has a more Asiatic look to it. That's why you often see me draw from that measure, because we can relate to it better. See, it's talking about the planets and everything else in your person. It's a lot of information out here dealing with this family, the anatomy of what we call the macrocosmic man. See what I'm saying here? They're showing the planets as they relate here. We're going to get into that in a second as well. And all this has an influence on your body. It has an influence on your brain. And some people, for better or worse, see the baby being born in the midst of it. Some people misuse this information as well. And they try to tap into things that they ain't got no business tapping into. There are books out there that actually tell you certain things about what occurs in the future. That's the type of stuff you want to stay away from, because it ain't meant for you really to know certain things. I mean, you can peep into that at your own risk, but you mess around and find something that you really don't want to know. And then you put that impression in your consciousness and end up manifesting that. So you want to be careful when it comes to that aspect. So we're not trying to show our people, nothing to tell them to go off into trying to predict nothing. Because this knowledge is very elusive when it comes to that aspect. And there are angels that govern these different planets, but they will not communicate anything to you from the divine. And that's the greatest deception that most people think. Anytime somebody get up there and they trying to draw something from, as far as information, the angels that govern those particular places will flee from you. Because when you try to consult them of information that's not meant for you to know, so to speak, and you try to get them to violate the supreme reality and the laws of creation, they going to get up out of there, because they ain't going to be responsible for your reckless actions based upon what it is you might be trying to sell information to people to make them think you know something. So when the angels get off their angles, so to speak, how they flee from their station, then there are more hostile spirits that will actually come up in there. Like, I'll be your Huckleberry. You know what I mean? You were calling on Mikey, I'll be Michael. You calling on Yuri, yeah, I'll be him too. Azaziel and the rest of them. And so you mess around and be done got linked up with something you ain't got no business. And that's where, the harm come from. when you get to trying to be greedy as opposed to using this knowledge, in relation to basic insight into the things, like I said, that have to do with being able to age yourself. I'm saying don't go overboard and know your limitations. Because when you get out there in that water and you start trying to play with other things and you ain't built like that, see, that's another thing. When you're a mastermind, if your heart is pure, you wouldn't fall for the okie doke, and allow nothing else to come on the manifest and all that type of stuff. But if you a neophyte and you ain't even mastered yourself and you start trying to tap into that type of stuff, you mess around and get devoured. This is nothing to be played with. That's why a lot of time they try to say that this information, we're going to keep it a secret. Don't talk about it. They try to scare you and spook you out, but the spookism only come in when somebody trying to do something they ain't got no business. And that ain't what we trying to do now. We showing our people the influences that are definitely on the manifest as a result of these stations, so to speak. You see? So anyway, let me go further. So you see, many different expressions that shows the depiction, of the stars as they represent man, and even the plane sphere as it represents the gateway. We see that this has always been taught throughout time. Look like more Asiatic features here. This actually looks more like a pyramid. One laying on the base of the pyramid, like almost like meditating, is how I would say it. All of this stuff is in books, family. And these books have information in here for people that got adept thought patterns, so to speak. I'm just showing you all of this right here. All of these different depictions here. A lot of people think, oh, that's wicked, evil, because they don't understand signs and symbols. Now, you got some Europeans that get in here, see, like this type of stuff right here. That's the type of stuff you want to stay away from. Not the symbol itself. I'm talking about when they go to getting off into that right there, they trying to take you somewhere you don't want to be. You know what I mean? That's where they start mixing truth and falsehood. You see this symbol right here? This symbol right here is the same symbol that is demonstrated in Moorish science. We know them to have the 7 in the center of this. You see? So these are universal symbols. Signs and symbols, again, are for conscious minded men and women of understanding. Nothing wrong with signs and symbols. But if you get caught up into the misuse of the information, that's when you must beware. When you got good intent, good things are made manifest. You even see the eye above the head of this special one. It's a powerful one with the pyramid there. Some people will look at these measures dealing with the geometry and they call them magic squares. Again, these are people that's going into other areas that you don't want to be in. We specifically are letting you know how these things relate to you. And see, you can see here again, these are different people that have created different charts based off of this stuff. You see this symbol has been around, see it shows, and this is really showing man as the macrocosm, being a symbolic sun, so to speak. That one there, a star is a sun. You see? So you see it here? Same thing here. Like I say, this stuff has been taught for a long, long time, family. And every culture has their own express chart. Whether you're dealing with Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, the adepts of all of those walks of life have created an expression of these plane spheres that represent pretty much the same thing. You see? This is what we call, again, sacred geometry. These are geometric patterns. Everything that you see, when we look at them signs out there that's in the heavens, they were formed by cymatic frequency. And that cymatic frequency, is basically what caused the formation of these things. Just like you can deal with vibration on certain plates and it make sand form different shapes, vibration does the same thing in the heavens. And that's how the constellations and the stars became angles, or the stations of angels. In other words, these are the thoughts. That's why the records of everything that has to do with past, present, and future is most definitely present. But like I said, if I was you, I wouldn't be trying to look into that type of demonstration, because you actually have the ability to go within yourself, and go into the records of history, as we call it, the records of remembrance, the books of remembrance. You can go within the self and not try to cheat, and go up by some other means. See, I'm going to show you what happened with that in a minute. Matter of fact, I'm going to show you what happened right now. We're going to teach you right if we teach it, family. We ain't going to teach you to bring you no harm. In the Holy Quran, Wuzu billah min ash-shaytan rajim, bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Now we're going to give you some understanding real quick. Now, this is how this is proof and evidence that the prophet himself had to have this knowledge revealed to him by the great God, because he couldn't have this knowledge if he was said to be illiterate. The knowledge of the heavens. And this is a whole chapter dedicated to the jinn. And this is why I say an angel ain't gonna never let you worship it or praise it. It's gonna flee from you. But a jinn will slide right in there and act as if it is that angel. And then you'll find yourself in some trouble. So don't do it. So it says, say, O prophet, it has been revealed to me that a group of jinn listened to the Quran and said to their fellow jinn, indeed, we have heard a wondrous recitation. And this is speaking of, the Quran, or the truth that's being heard prior to the one he actually had, the physical copy. There were those who listened in, because, a lot of people don't know the Quran comes from a greater book that is known as Allahi Mahfuz. And Allahi Mahfuz is known as the preserved tablet, also called the mother of the books, is a portion of that, which is al-Kitab. So these particular measures have to do with a lot of the prehistory and so forth and so on, predestination, or what we call creative fate. Again, and a lot of this stuff is revealed to prophets. They are attuned, but these are given to them through divine seals. And it's not meant for mere individuals to be trying to tap up into something. They ain't got no business, because you become just like the jinn. Like the jinn was listening in, basically you become like that when you try to peer into things that's beyond, where you at, or you extend yourself beyond your being. So it says, it leads to right guidance. So we believe in it, and we will never associate anyone with our Lord or worship. This is what they said when they peered into the Quran, right? It says, now we believe that our Lord exalted his majesty has neither taken mate nor offspring, and that the foolish of us used to utter outrageous falsehoods about Allah. These the jinns talking now. Because jinns represent communities as well, just like humans do, according to the teachings, of Islam. But they can take on any form that they may, just like angels. It says, we certainly thought that humans and jinn would never speak lies about Allah. And some men used to seek refuge with some jinn. And so they increased each other in their wickedness. It says, and those humans thought just like you, jinn, that Allah would not resurrect anyone for judgment. Earlier, we tried to reach heaven for news. This is what they say. And the jinn say they tried to reach the heavens only to find it filled with stern guards and shooting stars. So we really, the Quran is saying when you see a shooting star, it's basically chasing, the jinn, that's trying to steal information, peer into information that they have no business. Most of the time, it be a human being that done sent them on the task to get the information, and they end up trading their soul for a lot of this information when it's said and done. That's why I say don't try to peer into seeing things by this stuff that you ain't got no business. Stay in your lane. I'm only giving you insight that relate to the knowledge of how planetary influences have to do with, you. But I'm warning you, don't try to go beyond that right there. You see, that's where it get dangerous at. But anyway, it says we used to take up positions there for eavesdropping. It's the jinn. But whoever dares eavesdrop now will find a flare lying wait for them. Sometimes it say a flaming sword, a scimitar, chopping at they behind. It say now we have no clue of whether evil is intended for those on earth or their Lord intends for them what is right. So they don't know whether the Most High intends to punish man or bless man, is what the jinn saying. Among us are those who are righteous and those who are less also. We have been of different factions. So there are different factions among the jinn. Now we truly know that we cannot frustrate Allah on earth, and nor can we escape him from him into heaven. It says, when we heard the guidance of the Quran, we readily believed in it. For whoever believes in their Lord will have no fear being denied a reward or wrong. Among us are those who have submitted to Allah and those who are deviant. So as far to those who submitted, it is they who have attained right guidance. As for the deviant, they will be fuel for hell. This is talking about the jinns now. Had the deniers followed the right way, we would have certainly granted them abundant rain to drink, a test for them. And whoever turns away from the remembrance of their Lord will be admitted by him into an overwhelming punishment. The places of worship are only for Allah, so do not invoke anyone besides him. Yet when the servant of Allah stood up calling upon him alone, the pagans almost swarmed him over him. Say, O Prophet, I call only upon my Lord, associate none with him in worship. Say, it is not my power to harm or benefit you. No one can protect me from Allah if I were to disobey him, nor can I find any refuge other than him. My duty is only to convey the truth from Allah and deliver his message, and whoever disobeys Allah and his messenger will certainly be in the fire of hell, to stay there forever and ever. Only when they see what they have been threatened with will they know who is weaker in helpers and inferior in manpower. Say, I do not know if what you are promised is near, or my Lord has set a distant time for it. He is the knower of the unseen, disclosing none of it to anyone except messengers of his choice. That's what I was telling you earlier. Then he appoints angel guards before and behind them. You see? And it says to ensure that the messengers fully deliver the messages of their Lord, though he already knows all about them and keeps an account of everything. So that's the surah dealing with the jinn right there. Now, I'm going to give you some knowledge real quick for those who deal with Quran. And you may feel like somebody trying to bring harm to you or do evil things to you, so to speak. I'm going to give you some knowledge right here real quick. This is a very important drawing in the Quran. Well, first, I'm going to show you this. First, let's see. Because since we're in this area, we may as well go into this knowledge right here for you. Let's see. Okay. This is actually Surah 2, Ayat 102. And then we'll go further into that same surah because it goes into a little more knowledge. Because I'm showing you how to protect yourself. And also I'm showing you the knowledge of being able to heal your ailments. In other words, to heal yourself mentally, physically, and spiritually. Oh, they want to try to take it off, huh? Well, don't start that foolishness up in here wrong. Let's see. Okay, here it is right here. Listen to this. Again, in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Wuzu billah min ash-shaytan ar-rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. It says, now when a messenger from Allah has come to them confirming their own scriptures, some of the people of the book cast the book of Allah behind their backs, as if they did not know. They instead followed the magic promoted by the devils during the reign of Solomon. See, Solomon was given certain seals where he was able to command jinn, like 72 of them. And the 72 jinn were building the edifices and the structures for Solomon. Quran talks about this, and Solomon had power over those jinn. A lot of people want to be like Solomon, especially when you get into, these demonstrations in secret societies. They go to talking about building Solomon's temple and so forth and so on. They want you to believe that they have the knowledge to deal with that same type of stuff and end up jumping out there in that water and getting their yes toe up. Destroy your whole life. Or either that or open up a can of whoop behind on your family by dealing with stuff you ain't got no business. So they have books out there they like to call the Lesser Key of Solomon, the 6 and 7 books of Moses. And they'll tell you that these books represent the seals of Moses and Solomon. But Moses and Solomon passed form. They left the flesh with them seals that they was given. All that other stuff they giving you is nothing more than an imposter seal. And a lot of it has to do with jinns. You see? And you mess around and hurt yourself. So don't let nobody trick you. Talking about those are the seals, because Moses and Solomon both went, into the earth with them seals that the Most High gave him to deal with. Like the stuff that Moses was dealing with Pharaoh, none of that had nothing to do with the jinn. And that was all seals from the Most High that gave him the ability to demonstrate what it said he demonstrated. The turning of the staff into a serpent and all that type of stuff. Don't read them books that they got out there. They tell you when you go into them. I seen some of them. I wouldn't read them. I read a lot of information, family, but I got limitations too. So there's certain informations I wouldn't open up. And tell you if your heart ain't pure, you want to leave this book. In other words, you don't want to try to find out. I know I'm pretty good people or whatever the case may be, but the lower self is very elusive and it'll try to trick you. You see, make you think you on a certain level. And next thing you know, you get out there in that water and now you ain't got nobody there to aid and assist you because you done open up a can of whoop behind on yourself. You see? That's why they said that the angel and the devil was fighting over Moses' body in the Piscean records in the Bible. But at least Moses had the strength to actually have an angel present. In other words, he was out the body at the time. Some people might call it astral projection. Some people might say he was meditating, but they was fighting over his body, so to speak. In other words, the angel wasn't going to let that entity take Moses' host as a host, so to speak. When you look at movies like Insidious, if you ever seen the movies, they pretty much depict that type of measure. Entities able to take hold to your host. And next thing you know, you still out there in neither world. So that's why I say, if you ain't pure in heart, that's why you don't even supposed to really even be meditating like that. Meditation ain't nothing to play with. You see? You got to be pure in heart and pure in mind. That's why Prophet Noble Drew Ali say all Moorish American Muslims must keep their heart and mind pure with love. Because if you go out there and you messed up, you screwed up, your mind is bad, that's going to attract certain phantom forms and entities to you based upon your own nature. So if you ain't show that you good through and through, don't go out there playing in the astral realm. Don't do it. You see, I'm telling you now, a friend will warn you. But there are other ways that if the ancestors oblige you, that they will allow you to come into, the Hall of Records. Allow you. I done been there. I tapped into certain demonstration, but I wasn't trying to do it. So I didn't bite off more than I can chew. It was meant for me to tap into that measure. I also found my strength. I found that entities was trying to attack me, and I've seen, my protector, my guide, and my salvation. I've seen them destroy my adversaries on the spirit plane. This real spill, family. And so I say, if he would do that for me, then I know this made me strong in believing in prophets. That's why I believe in prophets. Because if I can be shown what I was shown, I know that these people supposed to be pure. I know they was able to see it. That's why I'm so strong in what I stand on. I've seen what's beyond this plane. Unlike certain other people that say that ain't nothing beyond. I know it's something beyond this plane. And I didn't go there physically. It was in consciousness. No different than when you go down and you dream. But the only difference is that when you conscious, you have control over the way you move. You have control over your action. It ain't happening voluntarily. Where you get in a dream and you flying and don't know how to fly. Are you running at a top rate of speed and you don't know how you're doing it? I'm talking about when you consciously know how to move, in the realm. When you consciously know how to fight and speak words of power to go to war with them entities when they come at you. When you say God is the greatest and God is the greatest and disintegrate them, destroy them. I done demonstrated that, family. So that's why I'm so strong in what I stand on. Because when people say, well, faith is the evidence of things is unseen. Let me see. I ain't never seen. Most people that seen the stuff I seen, they see it at a near-death experience. We can pull up video right now. They tell you. Most people that pass form, they say they had experiences. We had one brother in the government that actually said that he had a heart attack. He flatlined. He died. Original consul general of Nebraska. The brother he told me, he said, I ain't told nobody else this but you. Assistant Grand Sheik. He said, but when I passed form, he said I passed form like 3 times. And he said that, man, I was laid there, man, and it was like I was in like dark liquid, like waters. And he said, I seen Anubis, weighing my heart against the feather. He said, I ain't lying, I seen this. He seen Anubis weighing his heart in the scale is what he told me, right? Even the brother Professor Larry talked about some things to Sadnetta, what he seen when he crossed over, when they opened his head up and he had surgery. And he don't even believe in the supreme being. But he telling you what was going on, and he like, man, this is what I seen. I ain't telling you. But anyway, the brother that's in our body, yeah, he say he seen that. He said, and Anpu turned around and looked at him, and he said his eyes was gold. And then when he did that, he said he came back to the body. This is what his experience was. I can tell you what I've been through in my journeys, but this brother was up out of here. He was gone when he experienced this. And it was as real as it is with him being here. And that's why I tell people, if you don't think that, the realm beyond this is real, and it has to do with another seat of consciousness, all you got to do is go to sleep and have a dream. Because if nobody ever woke you up from the dream that you had, you would be in another reality. If that dream kept going on and on, whether it was good or bad. You physically thought what was going on. Anybody that doesn't have a dream can tell you this. That lets you know that you're not physically going anywhere, but your consciousness does have the ability to travel. So that's why astral travel and astral projection, is something that shouldn't be taken as a joke. But I'm going to read you what it says here, and some of y'all probably read it while I was speaking. The Quran says, they instead followed the magic promoted by the devils during the reign of Solomon. Never did Solomon disbelieve. Rather, the devils disbelieved. And they taught magic to the people, along with what had been revealed to the two angels, Harut and Marut in Babylon. Meaning, what Solomon was taught was solely for him. Everybody else wasn't supposed to be taught that. But the jinn, had come down. And Harut and Marut, they said the two angels, they never taught anyone without saying, we are only a test for you. In other words, to see if you're going to put more faith in that than when you would put in the Creator. Because if you believe in the spirit realm and you believe that these things work for you, then surely that should be evidence that there is existence in spirituality. You done seen people talk about voodoo and hoodoo. And you done seen people that's been under them type of spells. So that lets you know the spirit world is real. That's evident that these things exist. Ain't nothing to be played with. So if that exists, then that lets you know if they can do that to you, then somebody that's in tune with God can demonstrate God power as well. However, it's easier to demonstrate the lower vibration than it is the higher. And that's why it's so easy for you to have results from the lower vibration than the higher. Because in the lower vibration, in most cases, you so emotional, you so wrapped up in what it is you're doing. You caught up into the manifest. But when it comes to dealing with that which is beyond the manifest, it's hard for you to be disciplined enough to reach the heights of that type of divinity. And therefore, your foundation is not strong enough as to where you can actually move things from a divine standpoint. So some people succumb to dealing with manifest behavior. And that's when they fail the test. And that's when they end up profiting the world and losing their own soul if they ain't careful. So anyway, it says, we are only a test for you. So don't abandon your faith. In other words, what I'm showing you right now, what we teaching you, this is what they were saying. I'm teaching you this for knowledge, but do not abandon your faith. It says, yet people learn magic that caused a rift between husband and wife, although their magic could not harm anyone except by Allah's will. They learn what harmed them and do not benefit them, although they already knew that whoever buys into magic would have no share in the hereafter. Miserable indeed was the price for which they sold their souls, if they only knew. Harut and Marut, the angels that brought it down in Babylon. You see? They wasn't wrong in what they taught because they gave them a warning. This is only a test for you. We are only a test for you. So don't abandon your faith. We got people that's amongst our people. They believe in riding with that Bible on their dashboard. They believe in putting talismans around their neck. You see what I'm saying? They try to accomplish things and try to bring blessings, but there are righteous ways to bring blessings to yourself. All you got to do is purify your heart and your mind and be the God man that you are, God woman that you are, goddesses. You don't need that other garbage because it's the false version of what's really on the manifest. It's the hand-me-down version. It's the imitation version. It's going to get you in trouble because when you open up that gateway and you ain't strong enough to hold back what's coming through it, you mess around and cause some conflict, that can't be told in words, so to speak. And it may not get you. It'll probably deal with generation that come after you. And that's what people are actually referring to as generational curse. They don't know that's what they talking about. The ancestors delve in certain things and end up, bringing a lot of hardship to those who come behind them. But the great God Allah, has the last say so. And he can lift, that type of vibration off of individuals. If they have a consciousness, a love for the Creator, he'll purify them for that. So some of us were sent here, whether we know it or not, to break them generational curses that have been placed on us by certain things that our ancestors did that they didn't have no business. Believe me when I tell you that. The Most High gave your bloodline a second chance through you. And he's working through you in order to heal your people physically, mentally, and spiritually. We getting into some real talk tonight, family. Somebody need to hear this right here that I'm talking right now. That's going through whatever it is they may be going through. I'm finna give you the key. I'm giving you the master key. One of the master keys is our ancient Comedian Adept prayer. That demonstration right there, when I transliterated that and brought it on the manifest, I felt the divinity of that prayer. It'd been time where I had individuals coming at me in an oppositional way, and I speak that hecker, I chant that in special prayer, and boy, get them up out of there. You see what I'm saying? So I know when I was inspired to bring that forth, Ya Allah abnu heru makuneteru, Ya Allah abhet heru, Ya Allah ma'ad heru, Ya Allah hotep heru, Ya Allah heru, Ya Allah ma'ad herakuti, Ya Allah ahwajet the duty, Ya Allah pertim to take pertim heru, Ya Allah bamaduti, Ya Hajat Shepses Rayab to Ali. That's our Moorish American prayer in the Kemetic tongue. And I'm telling you, it's power in that demonstration. I had pure mind, when I began to transliterate this. I didn't have no intent. And I felt it. My God woman walked in the room when I was finishing up. I said, man, you feel that? It felt like the room was full of good energy, full of love. You know what I mean? Powerful. As a matter of fact, I remember I was dealing with being in the plane one time and had some negative energy that was around actually on the manifest, but I ended up going on the plane, and I'm talking about the soul plane, and there was some entities out there I was able to see that it was entities trying to attack, my home, so to speak, and I had our flag, in my room, with our scimitar and the star on it, and them ones tried to come through the threshold of my door, the entity, and it seen it. And it said, oh my goodness, ow, the seal of Solomon, and they fled, the presence of that entity that I was battling with, so to speak. So I seen nothing but good, family. I've seen even outside of being in that state. I'm talking about going up the ladder right now. I'm talking about climbing the ladder right now, family, because that's what that really is. Angels are seeing and descending on the ladder. So I seen physically, me riding, family, and a vehicle getting ready to swerve right in front of me. And it's literally, I can see almost like the Most High just put his hand down there, so to speak. Not physically, but this vehicle turns and straighten up. But it was coming right for me, finna come right at me. I seen that aspect, of supernatural, presence of keeping that away from me. So that's what had me so strong and what I stand on. I can't speak for nobody else. Anything, family, that I ever wanted and I asked for it, putting the higher self in mind, I have been able to obtain it. I ain't had to go to no man talking about he can fix something for me and give me something to drink and elixirs. I ain't never had to demonstrate like that. Never will. But we got some of our people that believe in that type of stuff. Everything that I ask the Most High for, family, I'm telling you, everything that I put out there in the universe that I spoke of, family, it has never come back void. Even with the birth of my grandson. They were saying, yeah, he gonna be born on January the 8th. And I said, nah, he ain't coming. I mean, they say he's gonna be born on the 10th part of himself. He's gonna be born on January the 10th. And I said, no, he gonna be born on the 8th. That's the Prophet Noble Drew Ali birthday. And my grandson was born on Prophet Noble Drew Ali birthday. So when I celebrate the birthday of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, I celebrate the birth of my grandson. You know, he came through that port. I actually gave him a portion of my name. Al Mohadiz, Hassan Al Mohadiz Shabazz El. You see, I gave him, you know, well, my son gave it to him, but, you know, it's there. You know, in spirit. My nephew got the name. You see, my nephew has, you know, my middle name as well. And he always run into different teachers because I whispered in his ear. I was there when he was born, and I recited in his ear. I recited in my nephew's ear. I'm going to show you something real quick. I'm going to show you my nephew at an early age. Watch this. I'm telling you, family, we got the ability to speak prosperity. This my nephew. This him. This Al Mohadiz right here. I asked him, I say, who taught you that? He said, I just know it. That's exactly what he said. I just know it. You see? And I got other pictures when he was smaller than that, when he was down in praying positions. You know what I mean? Love that young man. I just talked to him recently. Right now, he playing with computers. He 11 now. You know, he say he want to be a YouTuber. So I put him on my channel so he can look at me. And he be watching. So he probably see this video tomorrow or something like that. You know? So I'm saying, family, I understand the reality of the Supreme Being that he works through us. On more than one level. I done seen this. I don't know about nobody else. That's why I'm so firm in what I stand on. It ain't got nothing to do with just because I read about it or somebody told me. I seen, you know, this work for me. You see? And maybe it's because I'm so deep into it. This is all I talk about. This is my daily conversation. Even outside of this is all on my mind, family. You know, the Most High has consumed my thought pattern. So I don't think about foolishness, and no, I don't know. Maybe that's why, you know, I'm allowed to demonstrate that. You see? But let me go further into our measure. I want to go back to show you what I was saying earlier, a drawing too. For those who study the Quran, I'm going to show you something right here real quick. You should already know this anyway if you deal with Quran. This is just as powerful, you know, as the Moorish Adept prayer. This is called Ayat al-Kursi. You know, when I go to sleep at night, I let this play all night. It's like I got a 5-hour version, and it play all the way till I wake up in the morning. You know, but it says, Allah, there is no God worthy of worship except him, the ever living, the all sustaining. Neither drowsiness nor sleep overtakes him. They be telling you he rested on the 7th day. But then he never woke back up, huh? So your God's sleeping, huh? But anyway, it says, to him belongs whatever is in the heavens and whatever is on the earth. Who could possibly intercede with him without his permission? See, that's your protection. He fully knows what is ahead of them and what is behind them. But no one can grasp any of his knowledge except what he wills to reveal. This goes back to what I was telling you about the jinn, or anybody trying to conjure that type of energy up against you. They mess around and try to do something and bring a lot of harm to themselves. His seat encompasses the heavens and the earth, his throne, the cursing, and the preservation of both does not tire him. It does not tire him, pardon self. For he is the most high, the greatest. So he ain't sleeping. He don't get tired. He's sitting in his throne of power. And that throne of power actually dwells right above your neck. I told you that last night. The Kursi, the Arsh. There are different portions of it. And then it has Istawa. Istawa means he rose. So he established the seven heavens and he set his throne upon the water. Then he rose above that in sovereignty and power. So this is called omnipresence, omnipotence, and omnipotence, and omniscience, omniscience. You know, but the omnipresence of the Most High is right there in you. These are 3 degrees. They represent what we call the white fez expression. That's symbolic to the throne of Allah. That's symbolic also to the 7 adept degree when you got a pure mind. That's why Noble Drew Ali said, purify your heart and mind with love. He wasn't talking about this physical heart in the body. He was talking about the consciousness, the seat of consciousness. That's why we say, where's the nearest place we can meet him? In the heart. In ancient Kemet, they refer to this as Heru Ami Abu, the dweller of hearts. And that's what these so-called Masons get their Hiram Abiff concept from. Where you was first made a Mason? In the heart. You know, they ain't doing nothing but biting our science, family, and remixing it. You see? So nevertheless, this is a very important measure. It's Surah 2 Ayat, 255, Ayat Kursi, the verse of the throne. You know, it represents protective vibration to keep things away from you. I tell you this right here. Every time I done tried to do something my way, it don't work. But if I get out the way and I let the supreme reality do what need to be done, it always work out like it's supposed to. We call that let nature take its course. So we got to learn how to be patient and let nature take its course, family. Even when it look like it's hard and, things going bad, when you go to what some people might consider your lowest, you got to be patient. You got to have perseverance, family. Don't break, don't budge. That's why we say we use, the compass to draw a circle around our passions and desires. And we use the square to keep our conduct square. When Yehoshua was climbing up that ladder, that 12-step ladder, he had the square, the compass, and the axe with it. And the axe is used to cut away all ungainly parts, so to speak. Making the character symmetrical with the truth when you deal with this drawing. So when we look at this axe, once you're able to cut, all the knot away, the axe is actually the ancestor of the scimitar. So he really had the scimitar in his possession. They'll tell you that most swords that men have now come from the origin of the axe. Even comedically, you will see this outgrowth. So anyway, this scimitar or axe represented consciousness. That's why he was climbing it. So I'm trying to show you how to ascend the ladder. Because nobody can ascend that ladder in opposition to you unless you believe that their power extend beyond that of the great God. And that's how they was able to get there. Because you have to be on a low frequency to think that. And if you're on a low frequency, then you ain't in the high, then it's easy to step right over you. You see? So, I'm going to show you something else before I go to the rest of the measure. I wanted to make this stuff plain. That's why I'm going into this. This is a very sensitive drawing here. This is a chapter called Al-Miraj. One thing about surahs in the Quran that people don't know is that each surah that's named what it is, there's a heart and a core to that surah that has to deal with a specific message in it. A lot of people don't know this. And the specific message in this surah is right here in these first few ayats. It says, a challenger has demanded a punishment bound to come for disbelievers to be averted by none from Allah, Lord of the pathways of heavenly ascent. And the word that's used here is actually Magaraj, or Maraj. You see, it says Mina Elahi the Maraj.
Mina Allahi the Al-Ma'arij.
You see, that's the heavenly ascent. So this is the main core of this measure. It says, through which the angels and the Holy Spirit will ascend to him on a day 50,000 years in length. So endure this denial, O Prophet, with beautiful patience. Truly, they see this day as impossible. Like, how somebody gonna travel in a journey of 50,000 in a day? Because they moving at light speed. And it's saying that the angels and the spirit, the ruh, see?
Waruhu.
Waruhu, you see? And the malaika, maliki, you know, this is the angels, malaika.
Al-Malaikatu.
See what I'm saying? So the angels and the Holy Spirit ascends to him on a day 50,000 years in length. That's powerful, family. So this really represents a cycle age in most cases. Our Moorish flag, Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, was 50,000 years old. So they see it as a day, this day as impossible, but we see it as inevitable. You see? Now I'm going to show you something right here. You know, because I actually have this here present. Because I'm getting ready to go into this measure anyway. Since I'm here, I might as well. While I'm there, I'm going to go ahead and show you the rest of these pictures. You already seen that one. And I'm showing you the plane sphere. As it relates to us, we see the plane sphere at the root of our Islamism chart, showing all of the teachings have come throughout the climes and the times and masterminds, and they reached us within these cycles of unfoldment. So you see our calendar. This is our Moorish calendar right here. The Circle 7 made manifest. And you see the Kemetic measures in here. Like, let me blow this up so y'all can see it. See? January, December to January, this is Kunam in our calendar. 2100 year cycle age of benevolence. You see? Then we have January 21st, you know, to February the 19th. This is Shu in our calendar. 2100 year cycle age of science. You know, this is the culmination actually at the end, because that 12 times 2100 actually represents 25,200. And we round the 200 off, you know, to 1,000 in most cases. So it's 25,000 in all actuality. The 200 just end up going into the next cycle. But anyway, we have also February and March, which represents offset to us in our calendar, 2100 year cycle age of what religion is. You know, these are the different rungs on the 12-step ladder that was given to us by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. So those rungs on the 12-step ladder, you know, are being placed, you know, in the realm of the Kemetic principle. You know, that's why I put it together. March and April, March through April, this is 2100 year cycle age of Asa, which is obedience. You know, we have Ta, the 2100-year cycle age of modesty. You know, this is actually a symbol of the ox as well. April the 21st to May the 21st, Heru, 2100-year cycle age of gratitude. You see what I'm saying? May the 22nd, June the 21st. You know what I mean? So notice it says eagle, lion, ox, and man. In most cases, when you see the symbol, you see the eagle, lion, ox, and man at the 4 points. You see? I have a whole breakdown on that. All that's Kemetic. And they tried to put it in the Piscean records. So, you know, you keep going on June, you know, 2100-year cycle age of charity, you know, June the 22nd, July the 22nd, you know, segment, you know, which represents 2100-year cycle age of temperance and Sheeta lioness. You see? July the 23rd, you know, August the 23rd. Then we have Tehuti, 2100-year cycle age of prudence. And that is August the 22nd, September the 22nd. You see? Then we have Ma'at, 2100-year cycle age of justice, which is September the 24th, the October the 23rd. So we are actually in this particular month right now of Ma'at, but in the cycle it represents justice. Just in this month represents justice. And it's not strange. That's why you see right now, in this particular month right now, it's a lot of crying going on if you've been watching the media about justice. Then a lot of injustice going on, so people seeking justice. Then you have Wajet, the 100,000-year cycle age of sincerity. You see, which is also coming off of the cycle, you know, into the sincerity as well. Sincerity is key. You see, you can't be fake. November the 22nd, you know, as well. That's the eagle. So you see the eagle, lion, ox, and man. This is last one, Mut, the 21-year cycle age, 2100-year cycle age of diligence. You know, November the 23rd, November the 21st. And there was a time that our ancestors could live 2100 years of justice. They could live 2100 years of sincerity. Live 2100 years of demonstrating diligence before we fell. When we was fully living by Ma'at, they could hold a thought that related to these different rungs on our 12-step ladder because they was demonstrating God power. But when they fell, that's when, you know, adversaries was allowed to conquer. And that ended with the last ruler ending in 360 BC. Because the so-called Greeks, if you want to call them that, Alexander the Greek, them cut into that rule by 30 years, 330 BC, you know, which was the 33rd dynasty. And we keep telling you all that symbolic. Your 360 degrees of Kemet end with 33. A piece of the pie. We know that's where ice freezes at, right? In that realm. So when you deal with this knowledge and you understand where that is, 33 just a piece of the pie. It's 90 degrees right here. So to make this up, that would be 30, 30, and 30. So that means 33 would have to be a little bit up here somewhere. Maybe about right here. But our knowledge was originally full circle. But the world has been ruled by 33 degrees of knowledge. See, y'all think that your brother Commission is a Bible thumper. That's the problem. Y'all think brother Commission is, you know, religious crazy. That's the problem. But y'all don't know brother Commission is well studied. in these particular areas, and we know exactly what our people need to know. But anyway, I'm going to go further. This is our calendar. I broke it down here, and I said the 25,000 times 4 cycle ages, which equals 100,000 years of circumnavigation. Because we teach that it was the Moors who circumnavigated the planet over 100,000 years ago. Some people would 100,000 years ago, they think that's crazy, but when the European tell you the oldest human it was found 350,000 years ago, you can accept that. And when we say the Moors did it, we saying the Moors did it because we only using the word Moor as y'all like to use the word black now. If you calling the people in ancient time black and they didn't even use that language, and we dealing with the word Moor. The only difference between the word Moor and black, though, we can actually trace the word Moor back to 350,000 years ago. We can trace the word Moor back 25,000, 50,000, 100,000 years ago. When you look at the records, but that's a whole nother measure. So it says the quadratic circle above is a chart consisting of the infinite wisdom, will, and love of Allah. This is my website, family, Mathino's Archives. That's what it is if you ever want to come into it. See right here? Mathino's Arcanic Archives of Tehuti. If you ever come in here, you can go into my website. It's in the government website. But anyway, it says the quadratic circle above is a chart consisting of the infinite wisdom, will, and love of Allah, emanating from its center to its outer bounds, the universal science of the Moorish adept. It is here that we see how the great God utilized his divine compass and square during the very conception of creation as a result of exercising his creative fate. This grand symbol also demonstrates the evolutionary pilgrimage of the elements of creation from their divine origins, earth, air, water, fire, and ether. The celestial circle of the 7 Elohim, whom has preserved the supreme laws of Allah and Ali since the very first cycle age on to this day of fulfillment. The universal circle of the keepers of time, or exalted assembly of the heavenly council of Dendera. This circle was broken into 4 quadrants of 90 degrees, each consisting of 3 times the multiplicity of 30 degrees. There are 12 signs, equaling the 12-step ladder, over the heavenly circle known to the adept as the 12 major adepts or gods. The 12 executive rulers of the silent brotherhood are all conceived under the influence of these major scientists, as above so below within. Hence the numerical value 12 is the factor of the letter L, which is also a right angle. The 12 major plus 12 minor equals 24. 24 plus Allah equals 25. 2 plus 5 equals 7. Hence the logo circle 7 of the time. We as Moorish adepts are striving to become the walking, breathing, talking circle 7 Quran made flesh. Or at least we should be striving to become as such. Quran itself acronymically translates as Koran, knowledge, order, rhythm, astrology, nature. The Grand Quran of Mecca also allow us to exercise the rhythmic vibration of recitation that we may, through the divine tongue, conjure the heaven within and all its hosts. The 4 quadrants consist of 90 degrees times 4 equals 360 degrees of universal knowledge, 120 wisdom, 120 understanding, and this equals 120 as well, and then of Islamism, so to speak. And it says the quadrants also demonstrate the 4 schools of thought birthed from the ancient Comedian teachings of Sherunetta, Sutanoti, which means know thyself. 4 quadrants also represent the swift angels and divine ministers whom is carried the message of good news and salvation from the center or the heart of the earth to the outer bounds unto the four corners of the world, meaning each point of the directional compass, north, east, west, and south, which the good news of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice have reached since our white clad banner was raised over 100,000 years ago. 4 times 25,000 years cycle ages equals 1,000 years. Thus, the teachings of Yehoshua, Jesus, Buddha, Confucius, Muhammad are 5 times more powerful through El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali in completion of a cycle age, which can be traced from the present age of fulfillment back to over 100,000 years ago. Each 25,000 year cycle of the 4 sacred schools is a manifestation of a portion of the preserved tablet or original writings of the ancient Kemetic scribe Tehudi. Though each school may have existed many cycle ages prior to under a different name, it was still the product of the ancient Kemetic mystery system, according to the order of Islamism. This is why it is known today as that old-time religion. And so Prophet Noble Drew Ali said he was going to take the Moors up on the apparatus and incline, the good Moors. They got to bring the good news. This is symbolic to the apparatus and the incline. See, he shows us as a people being buried under the state of assumable jurisdiction, state jurisdiction, the state in which he found us. The state in being Negro, black, and color. The Holy Prophet said they would take this movement down so low it would disappear from the face of the earth. That's what Prophet Noble Drew Ali said. And these are the 12 steps that we went through in our calendar. Obedience, modesty, gratitude, charity, temperance, health, prudence, justice, sincerity, diligence, benevolence, religion. And this is where we meet ourselves at the top of this pyramid. We meet the God within. But we have to climb this 12-step ladder, so to speak, of salvation. We have to climb these 12 steps. And this is all dealing with being taken up on the incline, like Prophet Noble Drew Ali said. He's going to take his good Moors up in an apparatus on an incline. And that's coming out of being just an organization, coming out of dealing with just belief, into a state of faith, and coming out of just dealing with faith into fruition, where man himself becomes the truth. See, down here in belief, you perhaps thought you knew the truth. You see, you just believe in what somebody told you. You gained a little faith, then you was able to see what the truth really was, but then you became the truth. See, when you become the truth and you meet at this particular level, you transcend man-made religion, you see, and you come into dealing with the knowledge of truth and know that truth is the only thing that changes, not in you, the truth. Everything else, when it comes to these wrongs, was used to get you to being where you become the truth made manifest. You see? And that's why dealing with the 12-step ladder of salvation, dealing with the same principles, when we was given instructions to give to our young seeds, it tells us, teach him obedience. And I got to correct that too. And he shall bless thee. Teach him modesty, and he shall not be ashamed. Teach him gratitude, and he shall receive benefits. Teach him charity, and he shall gain love. Teach him temperance, and he shall have health. This is what we talking about, teaching our sons and daughters. Mainly the sons, because they got to be the head of a household, and they supposed to teach their goddess when they get old enough. Teach him prudence, and fortune shall attend to him. Teach him justice, and he shall be honored by the world. Teach him sincerity, and his own heart shall not reproach him. Teach him diligence, and his wealth shall increase. Teach him benevolence, and his mind shall be exalted. Teach him science, and his life shall be useful. teach him religion, and his death shall be happy. So we don't beef between science and religion. We keep telling our people this right here. Y'all already know it. We deal with both of them. So here we have it, the 12 theocratic constellations of Moorish America. In my father's house are many mansions. If it were not, I would have not told you so. That represents all the departments that we have in our government. But yet, even within our consciousness, these departments are there. These departments and all of these 12 steps in the ladder of salvation are conscious. You know, consciousness has to do with what's above our neck. So we're talking about this ladder in the light. See, that's what we're talking about right now. So now let us move further into some deeper insight. Our Moorish kin seen this lesson right here. We gave it a few moons ago. A couple of times, actually. But notice, you know, I go into this comedically dealing with this 12. In the government are the executive rulers. The Shemsu Ra is what we refer to them as. The 12 Comedian high priests of our anatomy. In other words, inside of us. That's what we're working up to. Now that I told you about the macrocosm, now it's time to get into the microcosm. I told you about the macrocosmic man of the universe. Now we're coming into the microcosm, you know, and how we are made and how you can heal yourself, you know, and banish, you know, that negativity and negativity, you know, away from you. Islam, Moorish kin, this is just divine preparation to the omnipotence of man, and it concerns his ministry, chemistry, and mystery. As we are doctors of our own divinity and the scientists of our own well-being, holistically, let the following inspire you to be the healer that you are, as you are true generational wealth. Your true generational wealth, so to speak, as you are, is the essence, the treasures of your ability to heal the nations. Anqua Jet Sanel, that means life, health, and prosperity be upon you in the Kemetic tongue. Anqua Jet Sanel, Amin Ra. You see? In other words, life, health, and prosperity be upon you, coming from the hidden light. Life, health, and prosperity hidden within you is the light which sustains the heavens and the earth. Remember, the heavens represent the mind. The earth represents the body. Health is to the body as honesty is to the soul. That's what we teach in our Moorish Holy Quran. Life, health, and prosperity hidden within you is the light which sustains your mind and body, family. Shemotepu. So then I refer to this as the chemesoteric chemistry of man. And I got a few charts in here, you know, showing, you know, man, how man is made. You know, a lot of people think this is something that's pseudo. They think it's a game, but these chakra points actually represent where the two veins cross over, you know, in your body, the cortoid veins. Everywhere they cross over, those represent, some people call them pressure points. You know, some people call them pressure points, but these are your 7 chakras, you know, in the body, and they actually are real centers of energy. And each seat of energy has a geometric pattern that's represented by each one of these different measures. Within you, they represent the 7 heavens. If you notice, one is seated in a lotus position in the lotus. The lotus is actually at the crown. So one would actually be sitting in a seat of enthronement, and you see it's a white lotus, so to speak. You know, although this is the expression here, this is what a hidden God is. The Mar, Amun Ra, 7th adept degree, 3rd heaven, we call it all that. Because actually, if you come from this point, which is the desire aspect about us, you go into this point, and you go into this point, you know, that's 3 different steps. You see? Actually, it's this one more of anything. These are really together. You really don't need these after you get up into this realm, because you deal with intuition and telepathy here. This is where you have mind power. But comedically, these symbols, as you can see them here, Amen Ra, Heru, third eye, Tehuti represents the throat, speech. Ma'at represents the heart. That's where your balance needs to be. Ra represents the solar plexus. You see? Hotar, Het Heru, represents the region beneath the solar plexus in the midsection. And Geb represents the root chakra. This is where all your earthly urges and desires come from, mostly in this area. Your passions and all of that. But like I say, once you get beyond this and you deal with these two, this is really cherubim and seraphim. And once you get into the realm of dealing with cherubim and seraphim, the only thing beyond that is the spirit of the Almighty God Allah. That's what you see rotating across the bottom of the screen. You see? So cherubim and seraphim represents, those high measures above the neck. Here's the symbol that they have. They call it the caduceus. This is the staff of Jehuti. You see, often depicted as the Uraeus staff, or the staff with wajet on it. The eye, this represents enlightenment. But I was talking to you last night, and I spoke to you about the Idda and the Pingala, the two veins, corridor veins that go around the spine. One represents the passage of blood, and the other represents the passage of breath. And where they cross over, again, these are the energy points or energy centers, that actually make up the chakras. So this is not pseudo, family. This is actually inside of you. We can show you right now the human body, and you're going to see them two veins going around there. And the key is purifying the blood and purifying the breath. And this is what causes one to be healthy. That's why they use breathing exercises. Most of us don't breathe properly. And this is what allows the body to become toxic. And all types of, toxic brings about intoxication. Sometimes it make our people pure crazy and delirious. They suffer from delirium as a result of that. Out of their mind. Literally, they lose their mind. So here it says the science of enlightenment. Natural man or natural things must be raised from the level of natural to the supernatural, or order to recognize or realize new concepts that lie waiting for recognition above the solar plexus. That is, above the animal or natural man. The positive pole or being must be lifted up from the kingdom of earth, animal desire, below the solar plexus to the pineal gland, which connects the cerebellum, the temple of the spiritual ego, with the optic thalamus, the third eye. By this regenerative process, millions of dormant cells of the brain are resurrected. You hear this, family? When you correct the errors within yourself, when you correct the breath form, when you purify the blood, you can resurrect the cells in your body. This is called cellular respiration. This is scientific now. Do you know that your cells actually breathe on their own without you breathing? But you have to purify the breath form. Anyway, it says brain or cells of the brain are resurrected and set in operation. Then man no longer sees through a glass darkly, but with the eye of spiritual understanding. To those who object to the linking, it says, of chemistry with astrology, the writer has this to say: the cosmic law is not in the least disturbed by the negative statements of he ignorant individual. It says, and that's actually the ignorant individual. It says those investigations of the natural phenomena, it says, should have been have delved deeply to find the truth. And it says in the play pay heed, so to speak, to the dabble who says, I can't understand how the zodiac signs can have any relation to the cell salts of the human body. The sole reason he cannot understand is because he never tried to understand. A little earnest, patient study will open up the understanding of anyone possessed of ordinary intelligence and make plain the great truth of the universe. It says, I, right? What the word implies. It says, i.e., one verse. It states, it logically follows that all parts of the one things are susceptible, and these are parts of one things, are susceptible of the operation of any part. The human body, it says, the epitome of the cosmos. Each sign of the zodiac represented by the 12 functions of the body and the position of the sun at birth. Therefore, the cell salt corresponding to the sign of the zodiac and function of the body is consumed more rapidly than other salts, and an extra amount is needed to supply the deficiency caused by the sun's influence at that particular time. So in other words, most of our illnesses and our ailments come from the lack of the mineral salts in the body. A lot of us ain't getting as much potassium that we need, and that actually regulates, muscle activity, the heart, and everything else. And if you ain't got proper blood flow, then that means that you ain't got oxygen in the body that's good. So this is where the body itself becomes toxic and begins to turn on itself, so to speak. You see? So you got to know yourself, family. We know about everything. We can tell you about the sports stats. We can tell you about a whole lot of stuff. But we've been walking around in this body our whole life, and we can't tell you nothing about that. Make it make sense, people. Y'all seen us demonstrating last night, the Moorish tree of life. And you can see it here as well in this particular pattern. You see the spheres that are here, the 10 spheres. You see it comedically, Aten, Atum, Ta, Tef, Nut, Shu, Nut, Gib, Neptis, Isis, Set, Heru, Set, way down here, and then man in general. All of these patterns or charts are maps to show you how to get back to your divinity. That's all they are. That's all they are. Blood. The essence of our body is blood. It only makes sense that if we take great care in making sure that our blood is healthy, that our body will remain healthy. Furthermore, if we are serious about our spiritual evolution, we have to pay deep attention to our personal conduit of cosmic energy, our body. If the blood that supplies our body is complete, it has the ability to hold a higher vibrational charge. But if you got toxic blood, then you know that you can't get up into that God frequency. This is a universal symbol, family. That caduceus, that staff that they show as the staff of healing. It comes from our ancestors. Mineral salts. The 12 mineral salts are in a very real sense the material basis of the organs and the tissues of the body, and are absolutely essential to the integrity of the structure and functional activity. Experiments prove that the various tissue cells will rapidly disintegrate in absence of proper proportion of these salts in circulating fluid. Whereas the maintenance of this proportional ensures the healthy growth, right, and perpetual renewal, these mineral salts are therefore the physical basis of all healing, regardless of the school employed. If these are absent from the blood and tissues, no permanent cure is possible. It also only makes sense that the vibration of our blood will determine the vibration of our being, and also the degree to which we are able to raise our vibration. You look at this, all of this is basically didactic art. This is why I tell you that these symbols in ancient Kemet, these pictorials go deeper than just saying it's a letter A and a B. It's science involved with this stuff. And if you look at this, they show the Egyptian scarab, in the human limbic expression of the brain. This is it here. And you see it being expressed in the same type of shape. This is called didactic art. That's what it is. Right there in the brain. The scarab beetle represents eternity. You see with Jet here, this is the seat of your consciousness. Right? They also refer to it as the circle of Willis, or what is also called, if you look here, the carotid arteries, they actually form the shape of the Ankh as well, the key of life, right? Then when you come here, we see what we call the pineal gland. The optic thalamus, meaning the light of the chamber. We were talking about that light and we're talking about the ladder, right? The optic thalamus, and that word thalamus actually means chamber for real. It says it's the inner third eye situated in the middle of the head. It connects the pineal gland and the pituitary body. The optic nerve starts from this eye single. Remember it says in the Bible, the Piscean records, the eye must be single and therefore it will be full of light. The amount of light, it says, that a person is holding is in fact reflected through their eyes. That's why we say the eyes is the window of the soul. We can tell if one is enlightened by looking into their eyes if we know what to look for. And we can also tell if one is demonized by looking in their eyes if we know what we're looking for. The eyes are the window to the soul and the indication of the state of the person, right? The eye of Horus or Heru, the falcon, you can see the similar shape right here. The thalamus, this is the chamber, pineal gland here, pituitary gland here. They ain't talking about it, but this is the reptilian brain right here, the medulla oblongata, But anyway, you got your third eye and the inner bird. So you can see the shape of the actual bird in the brain stem right here. You see that? Look like a little beak right there coming off from it. But anyway, this is Heru, the inner bird, the eye of Heru, all of it right here. Didactic art, family, very powerful. So you already seen this. I said your sun sign tissue salt. So now I go into the cell salts that relate to, each of the deities. You have Osar, Caliphosphate. So those who dealing with the Osar month, if you are of the month between March and 21st and April the 20th, be obedient and get this cell salt because it's good for your body. This is the cell salt that has a major influence on your health. Caliphosphate. Caliphos carries the highest vibration, and for the brain is what is used. Now we can take a lot of these different things. I'm just saying some of the things that where most of our problems, will conflict at based upon where we're born at. There's an influence of that, family. Make no mistake about it. So then when we go into April the 21st and May the 21st, and we deal with Ta, the cell salt here is natrium sulfate. And this strengthens the blood and eliminates excess water. So if you have water retention and you're dealing with that particular time, you deal with a birth between April the 21st and May the 21st, this has to do with your cell salt deficiency. Then we have Heteru, which represents the 21 year cycle age of gratitude. And this actually May 22nd to June the 21st, your cell salt major is calcium fluoride. And this builds, the skin, so to speak. So if you're having issues with the skin and you're born between this time, this is what will bring the balance, the meiotic balance, so to speak. So Kepra, as we can see, up here, June the 22nd and July the 22nd. If you're born between that time period, then Kepra, is the deity, the Neteru, governing, you at this measure. And you have calcium fluoride as well here, and it provides a lasting and is important to link the cerebral and cerebellum. But then you have segment, magnesium phosphate. This is for the health of the heart. And this is dealing with one who is dealing with the birth between July the 23rd and August the 23rd. You see? Segment, health of the heart. And notice that the wrong on the ladder is temperance. So that means you got to control your temperance, or you can end up having some very bad issues. It might take one off the count. But magnesium phosphate is the cell salt here. You have Tehuti governing the next measure. You see, Tehuti, August the 22nd to September the 22nd. Potassium sulfate is the cell salt that you should have. And it works with oil to facilitate biological cooperation. Now, we ain't trying to give you no measure and act like we trying to cure nothing, like we know doctor and none of that right there. So don't take it like that. We just telling you some things that's good for the body based upon, the science. Like, for example, this is mine right here. M.A.N, natrium phosphate, acid, alkaline balance. That's basically what needs to be demonstrated. You see? I must keep the blood pure and in balance, alkaline, and that's what will keep me healthy. Wajet, calcerosulfate. This is good for sexual health. If you are having some issues, this is Wajet. If you are having issues in that area, that's a sign, brothers, that your blood flow ain't nothing to laugh at. People be like, yeah, he can't even do the, that is a sign that something wrong with your body. So take care of yourself. The body give you signs. It give you signs in every different area. So calcera sulfate is a good measure. Then we have mut, which is the silica, basic foundation for the bones, teeth, hair, and skin. And this is our family dealing with, November the 23rd to December the 21st. Our family that was October the 24th, November the 22nd is Wajet, and they the ones that basically have that particular drawing that we were speaking of earlier, the calcera sulfate. But mut is silica, and this is for your bones, your hair, and skin. Kunam, which brings us back down here, to December the 22nd and January the 20th. If you born between that month, the age of benevolence is what we call it. But this has to do with, bio, all the tissue salts combined. You need them all, you see? But it's good for your bones as well. Then we have Shu, those who are born between January the 21st and February the 19th. The cell salt here, has to do with sodium chloride, and it deals with balancing the distribution of water as well. You see? Last but not least, offset, iron phosphate. Iron, the element which is essential for the distribution of O2. So you already know oxygen in all actuality. So you have the measure of February the 20th to March the 20th. Then working with these cell salts are neteru, O2, hydrogen, nitrogen, carbon. You see? Symptoms of deficiencies in the cell salts. And this is by Colin Hill, Laughing Snake and Sitting Owl from Dr. Maurice Blackmore's writings. And they break all this stuff down in detail. Aries, potassium phosphate. They give you the number K2HPO4, Cali phosphate, function, nerve nutrient. It controls the gray matter of the brain and the nerve cells. It supplies energy for sensitivity to light and heat and moisture. It accelerates every functional activity. So if I'm mentioning these cell salts under your birth month, remember what we said. Complaints, nerve and brain and weaknesses, that's what end up happening. Exhaustion and depression, crime moods, hysteria, irritability, unreliability, warped judgment, blurred vision. That's what it do to you, Aries. Taurus, sodium sulfate. Na, SO4, natrium sulfate. Function, water eliminator. And liver salt regulates water in tissues and blood stimulating glandular secretions. Complaints, dropsy, right? Dysentery, kidney and liver disorders, and diabetes, aching neck, chills, fever, night sweats. Gemini, potassium chloride, KCI, calimur, function, congestion remover, and blood conditioner. That's what it does for you, family. Holds fibrin, it says, in the solution form and regenerates endocrine glands, forms brain cells. Complaints, white coating on the tongue, all types of congestion, infection, chickenpox, measles. Also heals lumps in the uterus, ovaries, and breast, and mouth ulcers, epilepsy, and warts, and thrombosis, jaundice. See? Cancer, calcium fluoride, CAF2, calcium fluoride function, tissue strengthener. Influences, the elastic fibers, it says, actually, of the connected tissues. Thus, lack causes relaxed tissues. Complaints, varicose veins, aneurysm, hemorrhoids, uterine displacement, and ruptures, cracks on the skin. Look like this is actually encysted tumors, hard swellings, constipation, tooth decay, curvature of the spine, and also weakened eyesight. Then we have Leo, magnesium phosphate, MgHPO4, phos, function, nerve relaxer, pain reliever, main constituent of white nerve fibers and controlling nerves. Complaints, many reflex actions and varied symptoms, fits and palsy, St. Vitus dance, chorea, convulsions, neuralgias, Colgate, trembling, stammering, stuttering, Virgo, potassium sulfate, K2, SO4, calisulfate, cell oxygenator, and skin in small doses. This seems to work miraculously when all other remedies fail. Complaints, yellow coating of the tongue and yellow discharges. Any complaints including irrational fears, thickening of the body oils, clogging of the skin pores, falling hair, and dandruff, insufficient bowel. Libra, sodium phosphate, Na2HPO4, natrium phosphate, acid neutralizer. Every human function and chemistry, especially decomposing lactic acid. Acidity problems, rheumatism, gastric troubles, gallstones, jaundice. Early signs of acidity is a creamy tongue at the back. Scorpio, calcium sulfate, CaSO4, calsulf, Function, blood purifier. To destroy worn out blood corpuscles in the liver, often works when other remedies fail, thickening of fibrin. Slowing blood circulation does not eliminate excess fibrin. Ulcers, abscesses, look like cataracts, lung troubles, boils, carbuncles, mucose, pleurisy, pimples, Sagittarius, silicon dioxide, SiO2, silicon, right? Function, toxic eliminator, calcium, reorganizer. It helps cure some lumps and tumors. It is also a constituent of connective tissue, complaints, arthritis, nervous symptoms, and some paralysis. Also, heals the ligament, cartilage, and tendon damage, abscesses, hip joint disease, spina bifida, spinal curvature, Whitlow, weak nails, poor skin. Let's see the other one, Capricorn. And this is dealing with calcium. And this is this is dealing with calcium phosphate. And this is dealing with CaHPO4, calcium phosphate, function, cell builder, cell growth, particularly bone, nails, NB pregnancy, complaints, anemia, malnutrition, nephritis, cataracts, pimples, freckles, eczema, sores, coldness, numbness, and cramps in the calves, nerve irritation, indigestion, rheumatism, Aquarius, sodium chloride, very important, Na2Ci or Cl. It states nature more. I like that one because it got more in it. Water distributor, function, complaints, any water or fluid in excess or deficient anywhere in the body. Last but not least, Pisces, iron phosphate, FePO4, FePOS, function, inflammation remover, to carry oxygen to all cells, and therefore deficiency increases blood flowing to supply organ. Complaints, fever, inflammation, rupture of blood vessels, hemorrhage, diarrhea, colds, flus, fevers, infections, pneumonia, glandia, ulceration, dropsy. That look like diphtheria, diphtheria, and mumps, and croup. So, it basically run down the same thing. It gets into the correlation of the chart. What the potassium does, again, brain food, helpful for nerve and the brain imbalances. For Aries, it talks about self-power and the ego, self-direct leader, excitement, physically motivated. The physical, large, thick muscles, heart, growth, circulation, female reproduction. Taurus, again, sodium sulfate regulates water supply in the body system. Champion of justice, fair play, hard on the self, stubborn, hard on others as a cover. Tendon, ligaments, tissue, line of circulation of digestion and bowel. Potassium chloride, forming and distributing fibrin throughout the body, moderates coagulation. Throat, sinus, self-approval. Gemini, expects reciprocation, caretaker, likes to organize and examine and fix self in others. The liver, the gallbladder, pancreas, digestion, appetites, production of enzymes. So I'm telling you, this stuff tells you all about your body. In fact, people that try to do harm to you, and they try to find out, your date of birth, that's what they be trying to conjure up on you. These types of things that happen to you. We're going to give you that right there too. That's how they be working on the negative plane. So you got to be careful who you let get close to you, who you let know what they know about you. You know? So anyway, Leo, magnesium phosphate. Again, healthy nerve tissue assisted nerve transmission, self-approval, issues, uses, words, first to convey the message and meaning, and appreciates appreciation. That's the personality. Wet, moist tissues, lungs, eye, nose, bronchial structures, diaphragm, mouth, gums. You know, Virgo, potassium sulfate, circulation of oils, which assists digestion and kidney function, as well as excretion of toxins through the skin. Planner, abilities to see flaws in the plan of others, balance between perception and action. Kidney, environmental, allergies, prostate, male, reproduction, lower back, cranial balance. And the thing you got to be focused on, family. Libra, sodium phosphate balances the acid alkaline function in our bodies. It says it helps all acid conditions which affect the nervous system. One who carries out the plans, it says doer, intuitive about the needs of others. It states and shares and loves wholeheartedly. Blood filtering and screening, manages mineral balances and flow of fluids and nutrients. Scorpio, calcium sulfate, good for building and sustaining the epithelial tissues and all skins and skin diseases. Game player, likes to mix and manage the physical aspects of life motivated by future events. Scorpio, neurotransmitters balance of minerals, and enzymes, bone matrix, water balance. Sagittarius, silica, good for building and maintaining skin, hair, nails, and nerve coverings. Wants to make a difference, likes to help and satisfy others, on time, conscious. Resource maintenance and storage with sea number retrieves and nutrients from the bowel. Capricorn, calcium phosphate, spiritual, takes care of the needs of others. Well, calcium phosphate bone builder, helpful in any bone disease, pardon self. And then spiritual, take care of others, needs of others, and interprets acts from within the self. Capricorn. My grandmama was definitely like that. Eye flexibility, electrical issues, non-physical issues, resource management, aging. Aquarius, sodium chloride, regulates the water supply throughout the body. Again, highly intuitive, reads between the lines, can put aside self for others, likes mental games, hurts easily. Immune system, adrenaline issues with allergy related body detoxification, oxygen regulation. Pisces, ferrous phosphate, transports oxygen throughout the body, thus aiding circulation. Link between self and the universe, needs harmony and balance in personal life and occupation. Body system integrated and communication, integration and communication. And then meditation answers God's law, the body of system integration and communication. And this is just dealing with, all of the salts in general. So yeah, we got to get into that stuff, family, to be able to heal the self. Again, this is that same chart we showed you earlier, and this is basically showing you the jet pillar. It speaks in the teachings of the ancient Egyptian mysteries. The structure of multi-dimensional reality is revealed in the body of its deity. The Neter Osiris, or Osar here, the jet pillar represents the spine of Osiris, light. The body represented the ladder to the imperishable stars, home of the Neters, the Duat. Now we know that we also come from stardust as well, right? And we were seeded in this planet by celestial beings, whether our people know it or not. I am the one, this is affirmation, that becomes two. I am the two that becomes four. I am the 4 that becomes 8. After that, I am 1 again. This is a measure of Asa. So you see many different chambers here, that's dealing with the self on both sides. And they deal with the concept of the 7, all the way down to the 9, in this one too as well. So if you look at it, you can see coming from the base nature of the physical body known as the cat, the ren, the ka, the energy double, the ab, which is the heart, mind, the ba, which is the soul, the shadow, emotional, which is the shu, second, which is the life force, the body, vital, spiritual power, ak, the spirit, universal light body, and then we have sahu, which is what I like to call flesh divine or soul spirit. Spirit clothed with soul made in the form of the great God, so to speak. So all of this stuff showing you your column of light, bounded in the known and void, cosmic serpent, feathers aspect of the divine plan. This is the creator, supreme being, manifest creator, just like the chart I showed y'all last night. All of these netters exist in you. These are principles that live through you. Shu, Tefnu, Nu, Asa, Set, Nepthys. This is the real history behind this stuff. They ain't teaching y'all. Oversoul creator beings. See, they talk about the cosmic consciousness order. The 4 wheels represent the words. Each a vortex through which the initiate or as Asa ascends. Man or lesser gods, greater gods, and the supreme. All of the netter and the netteru exists within you. You are the supreme netter that make them one. See, you have Aten here, pure consciousness. You have Amun, Ta, Ra Ma'at, Asa, Heru, Anubis. See, that's where they deal with the Samai Tawi, the tie-in together. Set. See? Watch this. Creators in spirit, principles, laws, divine archetypes, perfected beings, the soul. See? Pieces of the fragmented soul, dismembered Osiris must be reassembled to ascend the column of light. That's the whole key, family. In the Quran, it talk about 7 levels of heaven and 7 levels of hell. That represent 14, don't it? They say our soul was cut up in 14 pieces. So originally, we represented a being that represented a 7-fold body. But when we fail in our thinking, we begin to fall on a level of what we call duality and see things in pairs instead of seeing things holistically as they were. And so when we start seeing things in duality, this is where the Maya and illusion come into play. And if we ain't careful, we'll get caught up in the illusion and the confusion. So we have to think holistically in order to heal ourselves, holistically in order to elevate ourselves, holistically in order to ascend within ourselves. You see? So creators form forces and processes of nature. We can see all this ascended ones, mantle of the divine king, principle of light, incarnate, meditator, a mediator, between man and gods. Same thing. It states ascended master, the jet pillar, resurrection body of Asa, initiates. So your body is a temple of initiation, family. And if you don't know anything about your body, you just, somebody that's outside of your own self, your own temple. But once you become knowledge, you can enter yourself, enter the temple as a neophyte, and then hopefully become a mastermind. And therefore, ain't nobody else mastering you. So this deals with the divine order of life and growth. This is what Het Heru represents. Geb, Akeb represents the separation. Geb to the earth represents the fallen lords and all of that separation between Geb and Nut. All of these things represent some power, energy, death, decay. You know what I mean? Going up the ladder, divine, mother, king of the world, There has to be a unity between the Shu and the Tefnu. See? Till you get back to pure consciousness. So this is what we mean when we talk about climbing the ladder. All of these particular measures actually represent different expressions of the ladder, whether we know it or not, family. And that's the real history being hidden. This is what people are trying to teach in secret societies and make you pay money for the degrees. And I'm giving it to you right here. It's what they hide from you, family. You see what I'm saying? Now I'm going to show you something else before I go into my other closing portions. They have a picture here. This is a depiction here of Noah's Ark. Now they want to tell you that this represents Jesus' tomb. But the Jesus that they're talking about is not the one that was supposed to be crucified over 2,000 years ago. They are speaking of the average man. It's really speaking of even going into the aspect of you. You see? Them good and well, ain't nowhere in the Bible where Jesus was in no ark. But this is the way they put it together. Pay attention to this, right? This was produced in 1527, 1519 by Arias Montano, pardon himself. And now you're going to see what happens. You see it again here. You see it here. This is another version. And when you come here, this is when it get interesting. Now here in this picture, those in the field of esotericism call this the Mysterium. This is Noah's Ark, and you see all the signs of the zodiac, the Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and Cancer, so forth and so on, all the way down here. And all of these represent different portions of man. See the Aries represent the head again, Taurus, the neck, Gemini, the heart, Cancer, this region in the stomach, then Leo, right here beneath, a little bit in the midsection where the navel is, then you have, right here in all actuality, the Libra scales are up in here. These are other signs that are mentioned. They ain't mentioned them by name. But then they have the Sagittarius mentioned here, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. All these things, your knees, your legs, your calves, your shins and your feet, all of these represent what we would call a microcosmic circle, as what these signs represent. This is a universal pattern in the schools of esotericism. You see, this is the place of the escape signs. They say the structure is symbolic of Arga or Ark, and it forms exterior and interior of the Ark of Noah from the description of Moses, right? So you see, this is the same thing based off the original measure. And that's what they do, family. They teach this stuff and they hide this stuff from you, and because they knew our ancestors were teaching it already in ancient Kemet. This is how we lived longer with this knowledge. You see what I'm saying? This is powerful information when you know yourself. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to check on my family real quick over here. Yes, sir. All right, so I'm looking up in here. I'm looking at our family up in here. I'm going to check it. Okay. Our brother Ron is still in here. Our Sonic in here. He say, why do Americans say Islam instead of Salam? Yeah, we say Islam because that's our particular version of it. We say Islamism, actually. Our brother say Islam, Mari, Islamism, brother El Yashar bin Yisrael. Shalom, brother. Shalom. Shalom is not Islam. Well, good brother Sonic, what I say about that is that it's all dealing with a matter of language, good brother. because Hebrew and the Arabic related to each other, and one just says SHALM, and one actually says, SLAM. One has a H, one don't, but they both mean peace in the languages that they have. Yep, Marquis said that. No, my brother, each is his own. I was born in East Africa and grew up in the religion and culture. Good brother, Sonic, I want to say this too. Some of our brothers are not familiar with the doctrines over here in the West. But just to keep the argument down, I'll show you, what the word Islam and Shalom mean. Now, somebody may be trying to teach, oppositional stuff because they want to make them people beef with each other. And that's how we taught Islam and the Hebrew teachings, that they supposed to hate each other. And that's not really what's taught according to the original text, because Allah tell you to honor the Torah. Allah tell you to honor, the older books. So most of the time our people, they get caught up in that, unfortunately, because of the wars that have taken place. I'm going to see if I can pull this up real quick. I should be able to. I actually had a dictionary over here where I can pull the dictionary out. You know what? I don't even have to do that right there. All I have to do is this here. I don't know why it's acting like it don't want to open up. I know my internet ain't acting crazy. Let me see that. No, it's there. Let me see this here then. Okay. Let's see if it bring me in here. I hate when this thing go down there. I know I ain't finna have to go and turn this thing off just to go in here. You know what? I'm going to do it this way right here. That way I ain't got to try to do nothing that's going to make this computer go to acting crazy. Because it look like it don't want me to pull nothing up that ain't already there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to grab this book. And when I grab this book with the word in it, I'm finna snapshot a picture of this book. And then I'm going to put this up in here for you because I feel it's necessary to put this in here for one to have, the knowledge, so to speak. So I'm going to take a picture of this, send it to my email, and hopefully it let me open my email up because my email already open. So I should be able to go in there and find it. I'm doing this for peace sake. That's all I'm doing, family, because like I tell you, I'm always here to bridge the gap. Not to just get up here to disagree with our family, but I want to show it to them since my computer ain't let me go into it. Okay. That's 7962. Yeah, all over the place is shalom, shalom, shalom. I want just peace, but it's giving me a whole bunch of words, and they all in the same area. To be quiet, to be sound, shalavah, shalom. That's the 7965, so that's where all of them are. You can pull this up on your own too, 7965, in the Hebrew lexicon. That's the number that's going to connect you to this word that I'm dealing with, if you want to cite it yourself. But I'm going to put it up here for you once I pull this out, 7965. Okay. Here it is here. Okay, not that one. I got Kadesh there. Okay, here we go. It's a big book right here, family. Okay, 7965. Okay, there's actually a word right there that say prosperity, complete peace offering. But I want to go to the exact one. There it is right there. Let me take this picture real quick. And it's a long definition for this thing here. Uh-oh, didn't try to do that. Okay, so here it is right here. And let me make sure this thing clear. So when I take the picture, y'all can see exactly what's being said. And it's even Jesus said to his people in the Piscean record, Shalom Aleichem, which is the Hebrew way of saying Assalamu alaikum. So what I'm gonna do, I'm finna send this now to my email, and then I go into it. If I have to do it another way, I end up sending it to my goddess inbox on Facebook and take it out of there. Okay, let me put it here. Bear with me, people. I'm almost done. I just want to show our family this particular measure so we can move on from that. Shalom and salam actually mean the same thing. That's all we showing. We ain't showing this to try to make nobody look bad. We showing it to bring about peace. And hopefully one is able to draw from this concept. Okay. This thing, I hate when they do that. Let me go. Okay. I'm going to send it like that anyway. It's actually sideways, family. Let me see here. So it's there. Let me see what happens if I go in here. If it let me pull it up, I'm going to hit my inbox. Okay, yeah, so there it is right there. Y'all see it. I got that thing. I'm going to download it real quick because it's turned sideways. Okay. So now that I downloaded, I'm going to go to my downloads real quick. And I should be able to pull this up out of here. It should be right here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm back, family. I'm back. They kicked me off. They say something going on with YouTube. But hopefully y'all was able to see that before it went down. Y'all was able to see that shalom, right? Before I yeah, y'all was able to see that, right? Before that thing kicked me up out of there. Okay, yeah, so y'all did see it. Yeah, so yeah, that was the definition of shalom, in the Hebrew, and if you look at the definition, I can actually hit it now because that thing shut me all the way out of there. But I'm gonna do it again. I got freshness right now, being that I had to shut this thing completely down. I love that feature about this, that if I shut my computer down, it still be running. Cause I literally be shutting my computer all the way down. So it should be all right now. It should run a little smoother. I'm gonna probably end up running a virus program on here because I ain't had no virus since I had it. And I ain't really had no virus protection on here. But I'm gonna go ahead and probably run one because it looked like it said my malware bytes crash, and I don't know if that's a sign of somebody trying to get into my system because it's been acting real crazy. So I'm gonna go back to that just to make sure, even if y'all seen it, we'll show it to our family again, just for good measure. And let me see here, go back over here, open that demonstration up, and again, that's shalom. In the Hebrew aspect, right here mean the same thing: peace, welfare, health, all of that. So now when we go into the Arabic, because I got that dictionary up too, so I'm gonna go over here to the Arabic dictionary real quick. And I'm gonna show you what the word peace means. Okay, it always do that. Okay, let's see here. And this right here should let me go through and get a chance to load up. It should be there. If not, I just go through and scroll through and find it. Let me see. It didn't highlight it, so maybe not. Well, it looked like it's working. Okay, there you go, right there. Okay, yeah, so it should be coming up right now. That's Samantha. Oh, I just passed it by. Let me go back. Here it is, right here. Dang, it went way up there. Goodness gracious. Oh, it's loading up other ones. That's why I throwed it back that far. Yeah, it loaded up other. There we go. This is the one I'm looking for right here. So y'all seen the definition, of salam. Okay, come on. Am I going past it? This is salahat. I'm trying to go to the actual word. Salam. Salam. Give me a second here. Okay. Okay, we'll just go ahead. I go through the cycle because that's what's properly happening. This joke would be taking you through I'm gonna do it this way right here because they tripping right now. The thing work like it's supposed to sometime and sometime it don't. So give me a second here real quick. show it real quick. It's actually aslama. That's the root of the word. Aslama. And I went over this too in our class last night when I was speaking of the word ladder. It actually means ladder. That's Istama, Istaga, Isha. Okay, Istama. That actually connect to it. Y'all see us a lot of pages in this thing. Goodness gracious. It's 1,000 pages in here, family. Okay, let's see. Here it go, right here. Goodness gracious. It's 267. Boy, if I didn't know nothing about this stuff right here, I'd be totally confused. Oh, you ain't gonna let me put the them in there? Oh, they tripping. Yeah, there's something going on with that demonstration. I just scroll down to a EULA, I can type the them in there. Okay. Okay, a little bit more. 1 second, bear with me. Okay. Okay, we're almost there. Sheesh. All right. Okay. Okay. I just want y'all to see how close the definitions are to each other. More than anything. Okay. Here we go. So right here, it actually look like it's starting right here actually. At right here, Salima. So it says to be sound or be in sound condition. It says well without blemish, safe, safety, sound, security, immunity, freedom from fault, defects, right? Imperfection, blemish, or vice, peace, obedience, heaven. The word has much wider meaning than merely abstinence from strife and involves prosperity. Same thing the Hebrew word was saying, basically. Good health, wholeness, complete, completeness in every way. Salam, also one of the names of Allah. Solomon, peace. Silamun, you see? Obedience. Islam, peace, treaty of peace. Right? Islamah, to follow the right path. Salima, gender. So, this is why I tell people when people translate stuff, this is how they choose to translate certain things. It's just like they was having a conversation on Sarnetta channel the night, and the brother brought up the surah where it says beat the wife, but that's the way that that brother chose to translate that. Because I can show you the same word. He could have actually chose in the definition, instead of using the word beat, another definition from the word is basically leave her. If it get too crazy, leave the woman. You see, whoever it was chose to translate that, chose to say beat the woman. So you can't blame Allah because they chose to put that in there. That's them choosing to translate the book that way. If I were, when I do, because I'm working on that, when I translate, I'll be changing stuff like that. Leave the woman. Don't put your hands on her. You see, same word. So when that translator choose, that got something to do with his own desire. Maybe he like putting his hand on women. He want to justify it. You see, but the book actually say leave her, take a long journey, you know, all types of stuff, travel, you know, tell you to travel. I can put that in there. She don't want to act right after I done did everything. I didn't get into bed with her. I done refused to sleep with her. All right, well, I'm finna go on a trip then. That's what the Quran says. So you can put that in there. So people have to stop being so biased, you know, and trying to make it seem like the Most High made man translate something a certain way. Because at the end of the day, these are attempts. Look at this one word. I can choose the word heaven. I can choose the word obedience. I can choose the word prosperity. That's all on me. I'm the translator if I want to translate, and I got a dictionary in front of me. You see what I'm saying? I can put obedience. I can say Islam mean obedience if I want to. You see? But it take one word and it got all these meaning. That's why I keep telling people that, you know, this is an attempt to translate. When somebody be done translated, it's an attempt. That's why they giving you all these different definitions. See, submit, resign oneself, Islam, peace, the way to peace, submission, the only true religion. You know, this was professed by all prophets from Adam to Muhammad. You know, then it gets so deep. Stairway, ladder, stair, steps, means by which one reaches the height and becomes immune to evil and secure. See what I'm saying? I can choose any one of them definitions, you know, to deal with these measures. But the main stuff deal with, again, safety. I can choose safety. I can say security. I can say immunity. I can say freedom from fault or you know, come on, man. Let's stop playing semantics and playing games with ourselves. You see, and move ahead in unity. You know, and not look for reasons to beef. We got to come to a point where we say, all right, you know, it's a disagreement. And just like I showed you the information, they both mean the same thing. Ain't now one of them brothers wrong to a certain degree, unless one chooses to say, all right, I'm going to reject the information even after you put it there. All right, we ain't going to go back and forth. We're going to leave that where it is and keep it moving, you know, because that ain't going to build us up as a people, you see? And so I give honors to both of you brothers, though. I just wanted to try to, like I said, bring some unity to the manifest. And if I actually was able to get that Hebrew Bible Hub thing up, and I may be able to do it now, but it'll actually show you that it's connected to the Arabic word. That's why I really wanted to pull it up. Yeah, there it is. That's it. That's what I'm talking about right there. Now watch this. Just put the word peace in there, and it's going to bring them all up. See the word shalom, peace offering, right? Shalom, completeness, soundness, welfare. Same type of stuff, right? To be at peace. See, it says, your father's in peace, you will be buried. Peace, 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 all over the place. See that soundness, completeness, welfare. Now watch what happens when you come all the way down here until they showing you what peace at in the whole book. They talk about peace a whole lot in here, boy. Goodness gracious. Peace, 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 peace. That make you wonder why so much war. You see what I'm saying? So, and they got the different variations of the word down here. I'm trying to find the one that show the Arabic in here though, because they actually show the Arabic in here a lot of time. The Arabic equivalent to the word. That's the 7695 that I pulled up. Let me see. It may be found. Let me see if they show it here. Because they actually show the equivalents. I remember seeing them. Where is that? That's Shalom. You got a couple of words in here. That's a shalom. Let's see right here if this one give it. Let's see if I click that. Yeah, they usually show it with the Aramaic, the Arabic, and the Arabic, and they even go over into other languages. It's in here. Let me see something. If I go here, what it say? Oh, that took me to the New Testament. They're showing it in the Aramaic right here. That's the other Hebrew thing. It normally be right up in here too. Unless they done start editing it up out of here. Because you would normally see that in here. They could have edited it up out of here. I don't know, because they at war with each other. Who knows? But we do know both of these come from one line. You know, both of the definition is basically still saying the same thing. You know, so that's the main thing that matter at the end of the day. They both mean shalom. And even if I go to this right here, watch this. Okay, this is when the brother Yehoshua said, "Peace be unto you." But I want to show it in the Hebrew, because they do say it in here in the Old Testament too. It should have one down here. Let me see. Unto them is he well. That speak peacefully unto him. That said, all is well. Okay. There it go right there. That's one right there. It's in the Old Testament right here too. Let me see. Genesis 43:2. See it right here? Right there. They actually said Shalom Lakim. See? Shalom Lakim. Right there. Peace be with you. You know? Assalamu alaikum if you want to say it, but it says Shalom Lakim. But sometimes you'll see them say Shalom Alaikum, because this is actually Aleph. You see? So it should be Shalom Alaikum. Shalom Alaikum. That's what that should be. This is Kim. This is M right here. This is Aleph. Shalom Alaikum. Aleph. But anyway, you know, that's the measure, family. You know, it don't get no plainer than that right there. I know enough to point that out. You see? So, now that we got that right there out the way, I'm going to go ahead and hit these other little drawings that I was getting ready to show y'all. You know, and because this is where I was trying to take y'all, dealing with the concept of God, man, the word made flesh. This was where I started the late night library with. I was actually dealing with this particular work right here is what I started it with. So I'm going to show you what's being said here. This book was written by doctors. It's still dealing with the knowledge of what we're talking about. What it does, though, it breaks down the scripture esoterically. You see? It tell you who the tribes of Israel represent. But I want to go back to the beginning up here, because there was another portion up here that actually come before that. And this is all talking about your body, because all of these things that's referred to biblically, represent, these people are represented by certain functions in the body, basically. And this is where I left off at, and I'm starting here. So this deals with the physiological statement. For those who don't know, physiology deals with the functions of the body. And these are extracts from a paper by Professor Smiley. It says lately of Cornell University. So this is actually a real source, but they breaking it down esoterically with the biblical language. So it says the sacral region of man's body. For those who don't know what the sacral is, that's the base of the spine. Near the base of the spinal column, is a gland larger than a hen's egg, of spongy character, into which it is secreted from the blood a small amount of oil. At the same time that the blood throws out refuse into the bladder. And it sounds like to me they talking about the prostate. Exceedingly little has been known to physiologists about this gland or about the purpose of secretion, except that in the elderly of men, it often becomes a seat of disease. Yes, sir, that's what they talking about, right? Prostates. It says, and that in young men of dissolute habits, the secretion becomes filthy. It says this gland is known in the East as the Kundalini, in the New Testament Greek or cardia. It would be best known here by that name rather than by the medical term. The oil in it will elsewhere be identified with the Greek psyche. It says, and be so referred to herein. The oil is subject to varied degrees of consistency, from very thin volatile oil that promptly evaporates when exposed to the air, to one having a good body and truly fixed oil that would form a permanent stain upon a piece of paper. In the most healthy, wise, and vigorous men, it is a fixed oil. In the average kind of man, to be met on the street, it is more or less volatile. In rakes, it is malodorous and may contain pus. It says, for it is highest and purest condition when it is fixed or colorless, odorless, tasteless, or sweet, not really acid, nor really alkaline. We should use the Greek term chrism. It says, or for short, by the root letters of the noun for or. It says, and of the verb to or, kri, in Greek. So this word that deal with Christ has to do with this or as a representation in the body. Y'all don't know, but I went over a couple of these already. If you go back and look at the videos, it talks about Christ as a representation of the oil. And this oil comes from the top of the brain called the claustrum. And it differentiates between the pituitary and the pineal gland in a clear fluid and a white fluid. And they call this basically milk and honey. The land of milk and honey, as it saturates, what we call the gray matter in the brain. And then it comes down the spine, which is symbolic to the Jordan River. And then the seed is baptized at the age of 12. And then this is where the Messiah or the Christ is born. This is how they build on this stuff esoterically, right? See, a lot of y'all don't know that I can go here, and but we familiar with this stuff, and I'm giving you all this information, letting you know what it is. But anyway, so that's what it speaks of. The 12 cranial nerves represent the 12 tribes of Israel, also the 12 zodiac signs, But anyway, it says it is necessary of nature that the oil, when purified or secreted, it says in the cardia, should usually make its way out again through the capillaries into the blood and so pass all over the body where the blood goes. This is the cycle of the body, the oil, being properly purified, and so to speak. If your body is pure, if you're eating right, if you got to deal with some abstinence with this too. The less that you spill the life force, the better, your health becomes, in other words. If you ever notice, when you deal with boxers before they go to fight, they can't be in no sexual type of situations, because they stronger. It takes from the mind. A lot of people don't know that. And if you in a state of riotous living to where you just off the chain, this right here is the reason why you end up with a lot of ailments and sickness. Because the life force in the body, when recycled, basically reinvigorates the body. It replenishes the cells, so to speak. So anyway, it says the body wherever the blood goes, it is one of the constituents of the blood of Christ. So this is the real meaning behind the blood of Jesus. You see what I'm saying? And this is outside of the doctrine. The blood of Christ has to do with the blood that's saturated in that oil that they're talking about that comes from the Kundalini. And they use the scientific term as prostate, but this is what a Kundalini is. It says at the present day, these doctors now that wrote this book, doctors wrote this book. It says at the present day, boys 15 years old and older usually get more or less annoyed by nature's complaints of congestion. It says, and they talking about, the congestion in the reproductive organ, so to speak. Y'all know what it's referring to. It says, indeed, it appears in boys 7 to 14 years old, a proof that this annoyance does not come from seminal vesicles. It says every cigarette smoker, it says, gets a certain relief from smoking because the poisonous and narcotic effect of the tobacco deadens the voice of nature. It has been proven that when this gland and its oil act properly, there is not only no desire for tobacco, but tobacco is then too repulsive to be tolerated for a moment. The body is a lamp. This oil is its illuminating substance. Without it, it says there is no consciousness. When it is completely exhausted, consciousness ceases and degeneration takes place. See, when they talk about that oil, you get to losing that oil, just like a car. You know what a car do if it ain't got no oil? It lock up. It lock the brain, which is called the engine up, won't it? So same thing with the body. If you don't lack this pure fluid, because you out here in the riotous living, laying it low and spreading it wide, so to speak, it ain't gonna do good for you, brothers. It's gonna bring some harm to you at some time. But anyway, it says this oil is not only easily affected, but the effects are carried through the blood into the structure of the tissues of the brain and other parts. Toxicity. If you ain't purifying yourself, right? Purification comes through points of abstinence. In all ages of the world, and small and select few have known how to multiply this life essence. Of enormous importance is another fact regarding this oil. It is extremely affected by mental states and by the states of consciousness. The oily milk of a nursing mother may be poisoned by a certain fit of anger, and so as to make her nursing baby sick. This is an effect of mind upon matter. A ferocious appetite can be destroyed instantly by the reading of a telegram announcing the death of one's mother. The physiological results of having plenty of good oil, thus circulated constantly in the body, we have demonstrated to be, first, destruction of all semblance of nervousness, irritability, irritability, It says greed and fear. Got the tongue tied going on over here. I need to drink me some. It says greed, fear, and unrest. It says in second, the perfection of digestion, assimilation. Third, the restoration of impaired eyesight, hearing, prevention of decay in the teeth. Fourth, full amount of the most enjoyable restful sleep, freedom from the use of all drugs, much less food is desired or needed. Much less food desire is needed. There is no demand for stimulants. Fifth, neutralization of blood poisoning, probable destruction of cancerous and all other blood diseases. 6. Prompt and complete prevention of all kinds of self-abuse, restoration from effects of earlier discretions. 7. Immunity from colds and probably from all kinds of infectious diseases. 8. To restoration of youthful vigor and prevention of all frailties of old age. 9. In short accomplishment of everything that unlimited vitality should be expected to produce. And so all of this happens when that pure oily substance, so to speak, is allowed to flow throughout the body along with the cell salts. This is how you heal the body, family. Abstinence. You got to be willing to abstain. We can't be living riotous, if you know what I mean. It says the wives and the children of Jacob are Israel. Astrological chart. See the astrological chart. Jacob means heel catcher. Hence, circle. See, you already seen the symbol with the circle of the snake biting on its tail. This is the same symbol of that. The name Jacob or Jacob's ladder is applied to the 12 signs of the zodiac. And the sign of Aries represents the head. Pisces represent the feet. Ain't that the same thing that we were showing you in them charts? The feet represent the point of contact, the place where the circle joins. It says, in his dream, Jacob saw the heavens open, and God let down a ladder, and the angels are angles of God descending and ascending upon it. God promised him that his seed should be as the dust of the earth, and in him all families of the earth should be blessed. God promised to be with him and to bring him again to the land wherein the promise was made. On awakening from his sleep, Jacob said, y'all heard me quoting this last night, if you was watching, this is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. The name of the place was called Bethel, the house of the sun, the house of the sun. And Jacob promised to give 1/10. It says of all that he should receive unto the Lord. That 1/10 has to do with a portion of that substance. This is how you really pay your tithes to yourself, by saving the life force, brothers, by being abstinent. Yeah, that's how you pay your tithes to the Most High, because that's where it come from up here in the top, the center of the head. They used to call it a soft spot as a baby. It's called the claustrum. This is where they get Santa Claus coming down, bringing the gifts. Christ's mass, brothers, the oil. See, this is the real aspect of what they be teaching behind closed doors, and they ain't telling y'all this right here. We can go there. I told you we can go there now. So this story is one of the most remarkable and significant of all the biblical allegories, since it must be applied cosmically as well as microcosmically. So there's a breakdown dealing with the crucifixion in the heavens, and there's a crucifixion that takes place within the body, the microcosm. And all this ain't got nothing to do with a Jesus being killed 10,000, 2,000 years ago. It's all dealing with the cosmology and also your biology. So it says it represents the solar plexus in man. So it says the zodiac in the solar system, right? It says we can easily understand the meaning of Jacob's journey and how in process of the time he came to Mount Pineal. That's the pineal gland, you see, where he wrestled with the angel of God. Now, you know that the pineal gland and the pituitary gland is right there, and then you have the optic thalamus, the chamber, you see, where he wrestled with the angel of God, who blessed him and changed his name to Israel. He had to come again then to the place from whence he had started, because that's how the seed does. It moves down from the pineal and the pituitary gland all the way down through the base of the spine and flows back up in its cycle, from the head to the feet, all the way back up again. And this is what it's referred to. You see, he had to come again to the place from whence he had started, for he had again seen God face to face. It means that the circle was complete. Jacob had caught hold of his own heel. And there's a lot of symbolism with the signs of the zodiac with a man, doing like a bend and holding his heels, holding his feet. This is a symbol of basically the cycle of the same thing with the serpent biting onto its tail. These are universal esoteric symbols that represent the circle of completion, but it deal with the signs of the heavens. You see? It's a cycle. So it says the bread that he was to eat was the seed born or formed in the center of the circle, the solar plexus. That's where the seed is formed at. This is also called Bethlehem. When you go into the New Testament and they said that Joseph and Mary, the pituitary and pineal gland, gave birth to that fluid that gave birth to the seed, so to speak. And that seed represents Christ. He was born in Bethlehem, the house of bread, the solar plexus. You see? So it's a New Testament breakdown and an Old Testament breakdown to this. So it says the bread that he was to eat was the seed born or formed in the center of the circle, the solar plexus, and of course stands for the cosmic sun also, the savior of the world. This bread or seed was to become the savior of the Adam man. It is very evident that the Old Testament referred more especially to the cosmic processes, the New Testament to those same processes within man. Since, as above, so below, there's nothing in the universe that is not within man. We talked about that last night. Jacob was commanded to go and seek out Laban, white, which means white. It says, and to marry one of his daughters. Therefore, the circle of the zodiac proceeded to that part of the heavens called the Milky Way. And Jacob came upon the daughters of Laban, the tending flocks, and he loved Rachel, for she was beautiful. The Milky Way they talk about is dealing with that milky substance, that comes down, from the center of the brain, what we call the pineal, so to speak, in pituitary. So it says, when the time was up and the marriage took place, it says, but Jacob found, it says that he had been given Leah instead of the bride he so desired. The excuse that was given was Leah was the eldest and hence must be married off first. It says Rachel refers to the planet Venus and Leah to the planet Mars. It says we are told that Leah had weak eyes, and we know that Mars is called the fiery eye. Venus represents love and beauty. Mars also stands for activity, and nothing could be accomplished on this earth by human beings if there was no active force in manifestation. Mars has been referred to principally as the planet of war, but we feel that it would not be long before the real nature of Mars will become known. Then will humanity realize that the same force that is manifested in war and brutality may be transmuted and used in numberless ways, for the benefit of humanity. So these planets they talking about based on love and war, he going deeper with it. Say if mankind would use the same amount of force and energy in doing constructive instead of destructive work, we will soon see Mars through rose-colored glasses instead of those colored blood red. Mars means activity, forcefulness, not necessarily war or bloodshed. Another great war has been prophesied because very great activity of Mars is shown astrologically. But the world is weary, sick unto death of war. So it goes into the solar plexus, the houses of the zodiac, represented by the 12 children of Jacob, the same as Israel. Benjamin, the 13th son of the sun, is Jesus, fish, or the seed. Then it states Hebrew, Persian, and Syrian names of each house, month, and sign. The Hebrew, Persian, or Syrian derivations of the month and the sign. And so he goes into the first month, April, Aries, the way they're demonstrating it here, Nisan, March, April, New Day, Passover, Exodus. They showing you the breakdown in this stuff. Second month, May, Taurus, which is Ziph. April and May, Flower month, Beauty. Third month, June, Gemini. This is Sivan month, June. May and June, Moon. Then this is also the fourth month, July, Cancer, Tammuz, which is actually June and July. Then they have the fifth month, August, Leo, Ab, which is July and August. Sixth month, September, Virgo, Elul, August, September. It says to glean the vine. The seventh month, October, Libra, Iunet, right? September, October, perennial. Then it states eighth month, November, Scorpio, Bull. October, November, rain. Month, ninth. December, Sagittarius, Chiselou, November, December. From Arm, Mars, Orion. 10, the 10th month. January, Capricorn, Tibet. December, January, winter. 11th month, February, Aquarius, Sabat. January, February. 12th month, March, Pisces, Adar. February, March, Fire God. 13th, the intercalary month, Vedar. And then this is a C article on the leap year, because they got that in here too. That started in the beginning. But it says, as Leah and Rachel, Mars and Venus, represent activity of love, they also stand for the median line of the zodiac. For Libra and Aries are ruled by these two planets. Also, these two planets are represented in the head of man. Mars ruling Aries, the upper brain. That's that aggression, the almighty creator of all, power, force. It says in Venus ruling as Taurus, as represented by the cerebellum. It says the head and the neck rule the body of man. The Adam man, Taurus, or Venus rules if he has become awakened. When he then becomes the Lord God from heaven, for God is love. Activity works along with wisdom ways. So I talked to y'all about that last night. You know, love is what wakes us up. The love thought. That's what the first man, we tell you in the Moorish Holy Quran, man was a love thought made manifest. That's the God in man. But anyway, it says Aries and Taurus, represented by Gad and Asher, are the two lost tribes referred to by so-called Bible students. Lost tribes are not mentioned in the Bible text. They were never lost, but because they are not mentioned many times in connection with other tribes or children of Israel, they were supposed to have been lost. It says, as they are located in the cerebellum, that part of the anatomy is separated from the torso. It says we can easily understand the supposition that they were lost. Aries and Taurus are the two tribes that lay down the law to the other 10. It says, if the individual lives in excess, saves no seed or oil. In other words, you get out there again, brothers, you know, going crazy on women. That's what it's talking about. These two most important parts of the body do become dead in trespass and sin. And we say he died of softening of the brain. It says Leah and Rachel then represent divisions of the zodiac. From these two wives are handmaids. It says the children or signs of the zodiac were produced. These 12 are again divided into the 7. It says in the 5. And the 7 represent the lunar forces, are 7 numata, being differentiations of the great breath. That's going into the chakra centers too. Or the world mother, symbolized by the moon. The signs are Cancer, Leo, Scorpio, Virgo, Libra, Sagittarius, Capricorn. And this is from Prissy. It says the 5 solar forces, which pertain to the cerebral spinal system, are called the 5 pranas, vital airs of life. Winds are represented by Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Pisces, and Aquarius. So that 5 and 7, it make 12. But anyway, it says the 4 divinities of the zodiac are represented by the lion, the bull, the man, and the eagle. Remember the eagle, the ox, the lion, and the man? You see, these represent what the symbols of the Neteru in ancient Kemet. What do they have? They have man in the glyphs. You have the bull upon the body of a man, the head of the bull, the lion upon the head of man and woman, and you also have, the falcon, which represents, synonymous of what the eagle is, being of a similar family, so to speak. So, all these things that's being depicted represent the 4 points of the zodiac, the eagle, lion, ox, and man, Elom, make you think about Elohim, huh? Neteru. But anyway, the 4 divinities of the zodiac, are represented by the lion, bull, man, and eagle. The names of the children of Jacob or Israel are given on chart herewith. Benjamin, the only one born in the promised land in Arabia, blessed was Benjamin, the last and 13th. The trials and tribulations of the children of Israel typify the struggle for self-mastery within you. You see, the harmonizing of all the forces of the body. The 12 dorsal vertebrae are also esoterically connected with each of the nerves ramifying to the solar plexus. So that's your 12, that you have dealing with 12 cranial nerves, and then you have look at that as your zodiac. Even though the body itself represents zodiac as well, but you have 12 above, and then you have 12, within the solar plexus region. That's 24. That's 24 elders, huh? Right there in the body. But anyway, it says the Hebrew and the Syrian names, it says for the different months are also given on the chart. The youngest child, Benjamin, at whose birth Rachel died, it says was beloved, the tender one, the little one, the ark which the Israelites carried with them on their great journey. Rachel died, and her grave is there to this day. Yet really, in every human being, the seed, a pod, or the solar plexus center. See the article on the leap year, it goes into that too. But it's showing you again, this is the wheel, similar to the ones we were showing you all the tribes in here, what they represent, the month they represent, and so forth and so on. Right? And so these are the different breakdowns that they give on this. Now here's prophecies fulfilled. It says prophecies fulfilled in the 18th chapter of Revelation, Matthew, 24th chapter, Luke, 21st chapter, right? We strongly urge our readers to very carefully read all contained in the above chapters from the viewpoint of astrology, physiology, and chemistry. See, I told you in our Moorish Holy Quran, we talk about the chemistry of mortal life, the ministry of love, and the mystery of deific life. This is it. The zodiacal sign, Aquarius, the man with the picture of water is a sign of the Son of Man in the heavens. This is talking about that Son of Man, basically, when he takes his journey, makes his journey, it's all being poured down from the heavens, coming from the top of your brain, replenishing the body, family. It says the monthly seed is the Son of Man in the earth, the body. See, the earth is the body. The 5th son of Jacob. In Genesis 29, named Dan, a judge represents in astrology January 20th to February 22nd, which is the sign of Aquarius. It says, and through which the sun passes once yearly. So this is making a cycle going all the way into Aquarius. And if you know anything about what that's saying, you're going all the way down into the leg area, passing all the way back up. It's a cycle. If you got some blockage down there in them legs, edema go to building up, your blood ain't flowing right, you are unhealthy, sir. But that's a whole nother measure. It says, but the solar system entered that sign, it says on its 2200 year. It says cosmic circle in the year 1900. As Dan is Hebrew for judge and Daniel for wisdom, or God's judgment. Therefore, the earth is now in the day or time of judgment. The great revolutionary planet Uranus in Greek, the sun or son of heaven, is the ruler of Aquarius. It will be regent for over 2,000 years for a fulfilled prophecy of the destruction of competitive system of commercialism and the destruction of gold and silver as mediums of exchange. See the 18th chapter of Revelation. Also see Russia. Peter the Great was an Aquarian native. Hence Russia is the first to establish a free Aquarian wisdom government. All who oppose cosmic law are crushed. The stars in their course fought for Russia, and thus the prophecy, a nation shall be born in a day, has been fulfilled. It goes into different breakdowns, of talking about this stuff esoterically and how it relates to measures. Talk about the killing of the calf. It says, as has been written in the origin of words, the application of the characters differ so widely that confusion worse confounding is the result in numberless cases. The 11th letter of the Hebrew alphabet is Kaf, a hollow, and represents the human hand, a hollow or hallowed place. The cerebrum, or the upper brain, is the hallowed covers. It says, and covers the cerebellum like a wing. Now this makes me think about when we say the hand is symbolic to the mind. But anyway, it says the cerebellum is therefore a secret place where the ego, or spiritual man, the second man, Adam, a quickening spirit, or the Lord God from heaven dwells. See? The upper brain in the parable of the prodigal son is represented as the father being the cause and furnishing the substance to rebuild and replenish the body. This is that same oil, that same substance I was talking about coming down the spine, coming from on high, in the heaved up place, as they call it, in the earlier chapters of this book. It says the ego is represented as saying to the Father, give me the portion of goods that falleth to me. Now this portion was the oil that flows down the Ida and the Pingala. See, that's what I was telling y'all about earlier, to form a seed. But the ego thinking on the carnal plane wasted this substance in riotous living. The evil result that followed is likened to swine husks, etc. As in the story of Hiram Abiff in Masonry, after the word was lost for a season, the seed is the word. It says Luke, right? It was resurrected. And so in the prodigal son parable, 29 and a half days passed. The material for another seed descended and said, I will arise and go to my father. So this is the cycle of the seed going through the body, healing the body, resurrecting the cells that take place. You see? So anyway, it says, when the seed comes forth out of the manger in Bethlehem, the house of bread, the solar plexus, I am the bread of life. A vibration of greater life is set up, life more abundant. So the body is being replenished with energy and being healed from you conserving this seed, brothers, demonstrating abstinence. And it thrills the entire temple of God. Now comes the astounding revelation. The original meaning of kill is not to take life necessarily. It rather means to choke or squeeze, or choke or sponge or squeeze water from it. Does not mean to take life. But if one's throat is squeezed or choked for a time, and the breath ceases to enter the body, we say that person has been killed. The gray matter of the upper brain vibrates high. It's quickened when 1/10 is returned to the Lord. That means when this substance is allowed to flow back up, instead of you wasting it in riotous living. It says, and thus secretes more abundantly down the magnetic chemical center, the cerebellum called heart in Greek. As man thinketh in his heart, so is he. I told you that Heru Ami Abu Kemetically represents the dweller of heart. So we can see that this, if we use the same breakdown esoterically, Instead of it being the Jordan River, Kemetically it would represent the Nile. And that's exactly what it represents in the Old Testament. And Moses becomes the seed that travels down the Nile instead of being Jesus in the New Testament traveling down the Jordan stream. But if we go back into Kemet, we can say Asa and Aset represent the pituitary and the pineal gland. In the land of milk and honey, refers to the Nile Valley civilization. And Heru would represent the seed, in the body. So this story can be told esoterically, in any scripture you're dealing with. If you're dealing with the Ganges River, then you're talking about Buddha, or even Krishna or somebody. See? But it says, so then the father killed the fattened calf. It says, for the son gave up life for the ego. Hallowed be thy name. The name is hallowed. Calf, or a hallow of the knee, is named calf and spelled calf. Probably it was applied to a young bovine because of the peculiar hollow of the belly when the animal is very young. Here the reader is referred to. It says the 91st Psalm. It says in the marvelous allegory or epic of the hollow of the Most High is represented as a casing or casting a shadow. It says for the ego in the secret place. See cerebellum in the chart. So the cerebellum is the secret place. His feathers, it says, shall cover thee. Note the resemblance of the brain convulsions to the feathers in the cerebellum. So then it goes into talking about the concept of the Antichrist. And this is all dealing with what's going on in your body, family. It ain't got nothing to do with a man, outside of you, so to speak. Primitive Christians and the Essenes fully realized and taught the great and oil or ointment that contained, especially in the spinal cord. Consequently, all parts of the body, as every nerve in the body, is directly or indirectly connected with the wonderful river that flows out of Eden. This is all dealing with the brain. That's your real garden, the upper brain. The water, in this particular area, coming forth is being watered, by this special fluid, so to speak. The early Christians knew that the scriptures, whether written in ancient Hebrew or the Greek, were allegories, parables, or fables based on the human body, fearfully and wonderfully made. These adepts knew that the secretion of gray matter, creative, which secretes from the cerebrum, was the source and cause of the physical expression called man. And they knew that the river Jordan was symbolized in the spinal cord and that the Dead Sea was used to symbolize the sacral plexus at the base of the spinal column, where Jordan and the spinal cord ends, typifying the entrance of the Jordan into the Dead Sea. The thick, oily, and salty substance composing the sacral plexus, called the equina, the tail of the horse, it says may be linked onto crude petroleum or petra, mineral, or salt, oleum, Latin for oil. And the thinner the substance, oil or ointment in the spinal cord may be compared with coal oil. And when this oil is carried up and crosses the Ida and the Pingala, the two fluid nerves that end in a cross in the medulla oblongata, it says where it contacts the cerebellum, Golgotha, the place of the skull. That's in the base of the skull, that reptilian area I was showing you. It said this fluid is refined as coal oil to produce gasoline, a higher rate of motion that causes ascension of the airship. When the oil ointment is crucified, to crucify means to increase in power 1,000-fold, not to kill. It remains 2 days and a half, the moon's period in a sign in the tomb or cerebellum. On the third day ascends to the pineal gland that connects to the cerebellum with the optic thalamus, the central eye in the throne of God, that is the chamber overtopped by the hollow It says, caused by the curve of the cerebrum, the most high of the body, which is the temple of the living God, the living vital substance, which is precipitation of the breath of life breathed into man. Therefore, the holy, or whole ghost, or breath. This is all taking place in the brain. The replenishing of the brain, the cerebrum, the cerebral cortex, everything, being basically revitalized, oxygenated. So it says the pineal gland is the pinnacle of the temple, the modus operandi by which the oil of the spinal cord reaches the pineal gland is described in what follows. There is no name under heaven whereby ye may be saved except Jesus, Christian and crucified. This is all talking about that journey of the seed cycling to the body or through the body, from the head all the way back to the feet and back again. And this represents healing. With a good diet and them cell salts, man, you can heal anything. See, this is the real aspect of the information that they be hiding from you. They don't teach this stuff openly. Anybody dealing with large stuff say he giving up too much. You telling them you don't supposed to be telling them that. Because they think that y'all can't comprehend it. And therefore y'all gonna be, swine that they casting their pearl to. So they do this stuff and talk about this stuff in secret. So you think the preacher up there talking about Jesus, and if he knowledgeable this type of stuff, he gets slick where he getting off with his brothers that know that he talking about this stuff right here. You see what I'm saying? Talking over your head, you think he talking about a man. Talking about Jesus being crucified and so forth and so on. All the while he talking about this. And that's what they be hiding from y'all that don't know no better. I came into this knowledge 30 years ago, family. But it says every 29 and 1/2 of days, when the moon is in the sign of the zodiac, it says that the sun was in the birth of the native. There's a seed, a psychophysical germ born in, it says, the or out of the solar plexus, the manger, the house of Bethlehem. It says, and this seed is taken up by the nerves or branches of the pneumogastric nerve and becomes the fruit of the tree of life. The tree of life represents your venous system. That's why your veins, they look like branches off a tree. You see? But anyway, it says, or the tree of good and evil. It says, good if saved and cast upon the water circulation to reach the pineal gland, and evil if eaten, consumed in sexual expression on the physical plane, or by alcoholic drinks, or gluttony that causes ferment, acid, and even alcohol in the intestinal tract. Y'all know all this stuff lead to our illness. No drunkard. When you put alcohol in the body, you literally poison the body and don't even know it. No drunkard can inherit the kingdom of heaven, for acids and alcohol cut, it says, chemically split the oil that unites with the mineral salts, the cell salts we was talking about earlier, in the body, and thus produces the monthly seed. So if you eat, if you eat certain things that make fermentation in the body and produce an alcohol-like environment, and it becomes acidic, this is basically depleting, your body of the cell salts that it needs in order for it to be vibrant. That's basically what's being said. And if you drink alcohol, you pouring it right down in there. So you can't do that and then try to be healthy and eat healthy at the same time. That's like, digging something out of a hole and throwing it back in it. That's insanity. But it says this seed having the odor of fish was called Jesus, from ictus, Greek for fish, and nun, the Hebrew for fish. Thus, Joshua, son of Nun, I am the bread of life. I am that bread that came down from heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. It's talking about that seed, that oil. You see, the fruit of the tree of life, therefore, is the fish bread of which thou shalt not eat on the plain, or animal, or Adam, earth dust of the plain, but to him that overcometh, I will give to eat of the fruit of the tree of life. So in other words, when you allow this process to go on, you know, you will be able to eat from the tree of life. Your life will be lengthened. See? It says, because he saved it and returned it to him in the cerebellum, the home of the spiritual man, the ego. The cerebellum is a hard shape. It says, and called the heart in Greek. It says, and thus as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. The bodily organ that men in their ignorance call the heart is termed divider or pump in Greek or Hebrew. Our blood divider is not the button that we touch when we think, but it is the upper lobe of the cerebellum that vibrates thought. The lower lobe is the animal or mortal lobe that governs the animal world. That section of the body below the solar plexus is called Lower Egypt. The natural body, the kingdom of earth, Apollyon, the devil live, and devil spelled backward is live, right? Saturn governs the bowels, etc. Fire and brimstone. The lake of fire comes from the fact that sulfur and brimstone is the prime factor of generating a rate of motion called heat, and overheating develops a surplus of sulfur. During the first 300 years of the Christian era, all that has been above written was understood by the real Christians about the end of time of the persecution of these Essenes by the priesthood became so marked that they met in secret and always made the sign of the fish. About 325, Constantine, the pagan Roman emperor, called the teachers of Christianity together in Nicaea. Constantine murdered his mother, boiled his wife in oil, because they still held to the original doctrines of the Essenes. Constantine was told by the priests of his time that there was no forgiveness for crimes such as his, except through a long series of incarnations. But the Antichrist sought to concoct a plan by which he hoped to cheat the cosmic law. And so it came to pass after months of wrangling and fighting over the writings of the primitive Christians, who clothed the wonders of the human body in the oriental imagery, that the council, sometimes by a bare majority vote, decided which of the manuscripts were the word of God and which were not. The very important point in the minds of those ignorant priests, whether or not an angel had wings, was decided in the favor of wings by 3 majority. It says the minority continued. It says that Jacob let down the ladder for the angels to ascend. It says, and descend and ascend up it was a prima facie evidence that the angels did not have wings. It says, just think for a moment. Don't y'all be using that to try to beat up on nobody now. It says, just think for a moment. Upon the colossal ignorance of these priests, it says, who did not know that Jacob in Hebrew means heel catcher or circle, or that ladder referred to the influence of the signs of the zodiac upon the earth. And as one sign raising every 2 hours forms a circle every 24 hours. 4 and 20 elders of revelation, the outer stars of the rising sun, suns catching on to the last suns of sign ascendant. But now we come to the Antichrist. The Council of Nicaea, dominated by Constantine, voted that the symbols of the human body were persons, and that Jesus was a certain historical man, a contention utterly, indubitably, without foundation in fact, and that all who believed the story would be saved and forgiven here and now. The idea appealed to Constantine as an easy way out of his troubled mind. And so the scheme of salvation by the actual blood of a real man or God was engrafted in the world. It says Constantine and his dupes saw that the only way to perpetuate the infamy, it says, was to keep the world in ignorance of the operation of the cosmic law. So they changed the times and seasons. The date that they made the sun enter Aries was March the 21st. Why? March the 21st should be the first day of Aries, the head. April the 19th should be the first day of Taurus, the neck, and so on through the 12 signs. But these designing schemers knew that by thus suppressing the truth, the people might come to realize what was meant by the heavens declare the glory of God. Again, the moon, in its monthly around 29 and a half days, enters the outer stars or suns of a constellation, and 2.5 days before it enters the central suns of the constellations that are known as the signs of the zodiac or the circle of beasts. But even on to this day, the whole Antichrist world, so-called Christian, except the astrologers, go by almanacs that make the moon enter a sign of the zodiac 2.5 days before it does enter into it, and thus perpetuate the pagan Constantine, the Antichrist. So, I'm going to stop right there on this particular measure because we can pick up again. We done covered a lot of ground, in that particular measure. I had other drawings. I won't go into everything of this here, but this is from Thinking in Destiny. A lot of this same information is found in this book. The geometrical symbols of the circle dealing with the 12 name points, the value of the zodiacal symbol, and it actually mentions in this work as well how these things represent the macrocosm and the microcosm of man. Same information being carried on, so to speak, in this particular drawing. They tell you what they represent. Thinking in Destiny is like 1,000 some pages as well. It's going through all the different signs or whatever of the zodiac. This is most like, even though they're written by different authors, it's like almost like a companion text, so to speak, to this book. Being honest with you, this is the same information being demonstrated at a different rate. This is one where it says the zodiac related to the human body, the triune self, to intelligence. The zodiacal figure shows that man in his physical body is the microcosm of the macrocosm, that is, of the universe, or sphere of fire, and of all that is in it. The parts of a human body are related to and connected to the signs of the zodiac, it being always understood that the points are meant and not the constellations on the ecliptic. And it goes into, the breakdown of that right there. And we'll get into this at another time because there's a lot of ground to have to cover in that time, and I don't want to just give you something and have you just running with it. Here's another breakdown coming from a book that's referred to as the Dictionary of Symbols. And it's speaking on Jerusalem, the celestial. It says, in the city had a wall great and high and had 12 gates. It says, at the gates 12 angels, and names were written thereon, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. On the east 3 gates, on the north 3 gates, on the south 3 gates, and the west 3 gates. And the wall of the city had 12 foundations. In them the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb. Revelation chapter 21, verses 12 through 14. It says, and he showed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God of the Lamb. Y'all know that's talking about the same measure dealing with the, that oil, that substance coming from on high. The throne is in the brain, in the midst of the street of it. It says, on either side of the river was there a tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, yielded earth fruit every month. That's that same journey of the seed, the 29, and a half. It says, and the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. See, the celestial Jerusalem is usually described as a city in which the mineral element is predominant, whereas the lost paradise is portrayed as a garden, which is mostly vegetable in composition. It says, Guyon, in noting this, has posed the question of whether we should say the vegetation represents the proliferation of seeds in the sphere of vital assimilation, whereas the minerals represent the results definitively fixed, crystallized, as it were, the close of a cyclic process of growth. He links the 12 gates with the signs of the zodiac, deducing that in this symbol, a temporal cycle is transformed into a spatter one upon the world ceasing to rotate. St. John's apocalyptic vision, then apart from its prophetic value, is a description in terms of symbolic logic of all embracing unified saved character of the paradise to be seen as a new city. The new heavens and the new earth family really represent a new mind and a new body as a result of the replenishing through the conservation of the seed, the resurrection that take place within the body. Here's another measure, different book, The Celestial Ship of the North. I don't want that version, though. It's actually another version I had up here because this one shows the actual dictionary. And it goes into the breakdown, on the zodiac by definition. It says zodiac from the word Sadun, a diminutive Zun animal. Our chairman touched on this in the Book of Fire. This word is used in a dual meaning. It may refer to the fixed and intellectual zodiac or the movable and natural zodiac. In astronomy, says science, it is an imaginary belt in the heavens, 16 or 18 degrees broad, through the middle of which passes the sun's path, the ecliptic. It contains the 12 constellations which constitute the 12 signs of the zodiac from which they are named. The astrological zodiac proper, however, is an imaginary circle passing around the earth in a plane of the ecliptic. Its first point being called Aries, or 0 degrees, it is divided into 12 equal parts called signs of the zodiac, each containing 30 degrees of space on it, and is measured the right ascension of celestial bodies. The movable, a natural zodiac, is a succession of constellations forming a belt of 47 degrees in width and lying north or south of the ecliptic. Alan Leo, every sign of the astrological zodiac is an ideograph or a hieroglyph, especially important in its esoteric interpretation, which combined with the symbolism of the planets affords a key to the inner laws of nature that we just talked about. The esoteric astrology is deeply concerned with causation, and through its symbols, knowledge and understanding of the principles governing humanity in its relation to the heavens can be attained. Briefly, and it goes into the signs showing you the symbols of them, the different planets. It talks about Mars and Venus and everything. Here goes into the days. It says identifiable with these astrological mythology are Aries, the ram with Amun Ra, Num Ra, Sebek Ra, Taurus, the bull with Shu, Osiris, Kim, Serapis, Gemini twins, Horus, Shu, Tefnut, Cancer, crab with Kepler, Tot as Hermanubis, Leo with lion, the great mother of lion gods. It says Virgo, virgin with Isis, Libra. It says the scales with Hermaku or Harpit god. It says and tortoise god. It says Scorpio with Scorpion or Cirque or Seb or Sevek. Then Sagittarius, the archer with Shu and Tefnut. Capricorn, the sea goat with Sut, Anubis. Aquarius, the water with Happy, Mu, and Minat. Pisces, fishes with Hathor, Eosis, the son of Khonsu. So it goes in breaking down. Typhoon can be identified with the Great Bear. Savet can be identified with Draconius, Lesser Bear. Shu, Regulus. Horus or Heru, the triangle or the pyramid. Ra, the sun. Sut, Atat, An, Ati, the moon. Shu, Mars. Sut, Anpu or Anup. Seb, Jupiter, Hathor, Venus. Savet, Saturn. Then they quote Jeremiah and break down, the different things here. So, man, this thing is crazy because it's talking about the Hebrew zodiac. It goes into all that information, breaking everything down, family. It says the 10 signs have parallel to the Chinese or the 10 or the key or the 10 celestial signs. 10 celestial signs belonging to the cycle of the 10 or key. It says a yik, yik, ping, ting, wu, ki, kang, sin, yin, qui, are a series of characters kept quiet, distinct from the 12 signs called terrestrial. The 10, however, involved the same mythological history of pre-Diluvian times as the 10 kings of Chaldeans or the 10 Hebrew patriarchs of the 10 in Lost Atlantis, 10 lost tribes. It says, and also there was a tenfold division of the time corresponding to the 9 solar months. So, it's a lot of breakdown in this book, The Celestial Ship of the North, and they do touch on this as it relates to the tribes of Israel as well. They go into that. They mention all that. You can find a whole bunch of that in this book. What Jacob represents. This is solely dealing more with the celestial ship, dealing with the cycles and, everything. I had this book. I got it right next to me. I had this book, man, for a long time. Definitely 30 years. Had this book a long time. And I really just in the last couple of years started getting deeper into the book, because they have a lot of breakdowns, in here. So they talk about the crucifixion as it relates to the cosmos. They get deep into that, like it's talking about Messiah, Christos, anointed, divinely sent teacher, a spirit, a messenger of God. The true root of this word is the Egyptian mes, a meska, the place of birth, a rebirth. It says, whence generation and rebirth of a Messiah, Messiah, Mes and Aya, Mesurah, remember? Messiah, it says, who were incarnations of the Son, were concealed and buried and arose from the dead, and was symbolized in the rising and setting of the sun. Messiahship represented a cycle, and was wholly dependent upon the fulfillment of the cycles of time, when the sun was elevated above the female of the moon, and the child El, Adin, Atin, Adonai, Iunet, it says, other sun gods personated a Messiah, and they became known as the son of the father instead of the mother. The hidden shrine, Meskheti, that's really talking about the region of the, we call it Mount Meru. It's also referred to as Misraim, but this is called, the area of the Big Dipper, where it rotates around the pole star. All that is being spoken of here, dealing with the 7. See it talk about it right here, the garden of the tree of life at the polar region. If you go into the body, Meru would represent, the seat of the brain. The pole of life would represent your spine. You have the North Pole and the South Pole. So all of this is esoteric teaching. They ain't saying nothing slick, to a can of oil when they go to talk. We know this stuff too. We just don't be out here trying to flex, everything we demonstrate. You know what I mean? So trust me, I done demonstrated on this stuff here. So when they be talking like that's what they know, and they like they know something we don't know, we've been on this, family. We didn't just start doing this. It even goes into the root of the word mir, and Merkaba, and what that represents, the chariot. All this stuff has to do with cosmological principles, and they can be referred to as things that take place as well as functions in the body. Okay? The great universe, cosmos, macrocosm, that's you. That's you, family. Like we talk about the Logos Circle 7. The Logos represents the word, the first call. The Logos was pre-Christian. And in its first form was feminine. The Logos was passive wisdom in heaven and conscious self, active wisdom on earth. The Logos is a word with 3 meanings. First, the Holy Spirit, first word that God spoke, consequently the first of his created essences. Second, the universe, which he later or next formed. It says the third, the messenger from God to man, who proclaims the celestial word or revelation. So, this is why we talk about man, Yehoshua being the Logos Circle 7 in the Moorish Holy Quran. So, you got to get your hand on this stuff, family. You got to get your hand on this demonstration. It's a whole lot of information in here, and it's powerful. They even talk about Kemet that's in the heavens, as opposed to dealing with the Kemet on the earth. They talk about Kemet as being in the heavens. They were giving it up in here, family. They tell you what an initiate is. You know, it tell you a whole bunch of stuff in here. You know, you learn certain things that people don't comprehend, so to speak. See? Yeah. So with that being said, we're gonna land the plane now because we've been flying for a couple hours. And so we're gonna go ahead and shut this demonstration down. But y'all know this is how we do it in the late night library. So we just trying to give our family some measure. We definitely gonna pick up where we left off at on this one. You know, it's a grand drawing family. You know, Grey's Anatomy is definitely the book they were using. You know, we see our people out for the count. We give honors to everybody that's still here. You know, this is a powerful measure. What I will do before I go, because some of our people may want to come on here and at least say something based upon the lesson and the blessing. Here it is right here. Yeah, I got my Grey's Anatomy. Just in case somebody that's listening want to come up here and demonstrate before we lay it down. All is well. We y'all know how we do it. You know, so again, I love the fact that you brothers build on peace in here, Brother Marquise and I Sonic as well, you know, on that unity. And we apologize for the nonsense too when it comes to dealing with this thing on website acting crazy. You know, so y'all get a chance to check this up. You know, when you get a chance to listen to this again. You know, so all I'm showing you now that the God that you always been looking for is in you. You know, I'm showing you that, you know, the Christ is in you. These are things they ain't been telling our people. And all of this is based upon the plane sphere of Iunet, aka the Dendera. So now we understand the concept of the divine light and the angels ascending and descending on the ladder. It all has to do with that life force. Save yourself, my brothers, by saving yourself. You get me? So that being said, I don't see nobody trying to come in here. That's all good and well. So what we'll do then, we'll take this demonstration on out with a grand drawing on a song then. Let me do this real quick. Close out. Okay. I'm gonna play this right here.
Who is she that winneth the heart of man, that subdueth him to love and ringeth in his breast? Lo yonder she walketh in maiden sweetness, with innocence in her mind and modesty on her cheek. Her hand seeketh employment, her foot delighteth not in gadding abroad. She is clothed with neatness, she is fed with temperance. Humility and meekness are as a crown of glory circling her head. On her tongue dwelleth music, the sweetness of honey floweth from her lips. Decency is in all her words, and her answers are mildness and truth. Submission and obedience are the lessons of her life, and peace and happiness are her reward. Got a goddess, she's a keeper. She was born to be a diva, exalted like Queen Sheba, immortal like Nefertiti. Got a goddess, she's a keeper. She was born to be a diva, exalted like Queen Sheba, immortal like Nefertiti. Got a goddess, she's a keeper. She was born to be a diva, exalted like Queen Sheba, immortal like Nefertiti. Got a goddess, she's a keeper. She was born to be a diva, exalted like Queen Sheba, immortal like Nefertiti. She's the best among 10,000 lovely, unlike none other. She was there when I struggle, on the strength of my mother, my twin flame for life, reflection of my life. Embrace my love and my plight, that's when we took flight. Then I wrapped her mind in divine wisdom, speaking holy tongues, my Kama Sutra ignited vision. In the heat of passion, I charmed a kundalini and thought I dream of genie. Sensual pleasures, enigma shrouded in mystic meaning, like hieroglyphics in the pyramids of ancient Kemet. Egyptian love is immortal, even the gods envy. But it's the God in me, and it's the goddess in my sheepness. So pay some homage to my priestess. Men and nights in meditation, we reached the blue ethers. Went beyond the circle of the sun and met with master teachers. Received lessons and countless blessings from the ancestors. And they said this union we have is meant to last forever. Got a goddess, she's a keeper. She was born to be a diva, exalted like Queen Sheba, immortal like Nefertiti. Got a goddess, she's a keeper. She was born to be a diva, exalted like Queen Sheba, immortal like Nefertiti. Got a goddess, she's a keeper. She was born to be a diva, exalted like Queen Sheba, immortal like Nefertiti. Got a goddess, she's a keeper. She was born to be a diva, exalted like Queen Sheba, immortal like Nefertiti. And I never seen a nation rise above its queen mother. In a matrimonial heart, see I became a brother. Sat in consultation for years, minus the marriage rights. But it's Allah who graced our souls with the breath of life. Mystic ties are despised by devils in the skies. I can hear serpents in the garden, hissing the whisper lies. But we ain't Adam and Eve, we more like Ish and Ish. We took unbreakable vows, so we heavenly efficient. And if you blasphemy, this bum rap, it's divine issue. Justice must take its course if you hinder this mission. And what a laws join, no demon or jinn can ever separate. We were decreed by his created fate. And there's no power that supersedes universal law. In the event of our demise, wrap us in linen cloth. Place our bodies in the Nile and watch us sell off. On the journey to the afterlife where love is never lost. Got a goddess, she's a keeper. She was born to be a diva, exalted like Queen Sheba, immortal like Nefertiti. Got a goddess, she's a keeper. She was born to be a diva, exalted like Queen Sheba, immortal like Nefertiti. Got a goddess, she's a keeper. She was born to be a diva, exalted like Queen Sheba, immortal like Nefertiti. Got a goddess, she's a keeper. She was born to be a diva, exalted like Queen Sheba, immortal like Nefertiti. I don't need no drink, no smoke to regulate me, and my highs are low, just good vibes, good vibes. My wave is natural stimulation. So I'm elated in elevation. Good vibes, good vibes. I don't need no drink, no smoke to regulate me and my highs or lows. Just good vibes, good vibes. My wave is natural stimulation, so I'm elated in elevation. Good vibes, good vibes. When I recollect, I'm the epitome of bliss, cause I'm still breathing with no stress, and it ain't all about a bag, but I'm good with a check, invested all in the family, then it's on to the next. But every now and then I like to slide through my city. You only live once, YOLO, and I get it. This world will chew you up and spew you out, but no get it. Corporate crooks running cons, undermining my business. I can never take an L when the Lord's my witness. I stay prayed up, but keep that scimitar with me. I was taught to put security on everything I love. Drugs depreciate, so I depend on the plug. I'm meditating on the profits and not the profits. Cause when I leave here, I leave the shares in the profit. My estate is the native plane of my ancestors. I'm indigenous to the land and it's spacious as ever. And when I'm burdened, it's easy for me to get away. I got a line of divinity I can vouchsafe and leave the cares of the world all in good faith. With no drama, good vibes, that's a good day. I don't need no drink, no smoke to regulate me if my highs are low. Just good vibes, good vibes. My wave is natural stimulation, so I'm elated in elevation. Good vibes, good vibes. I don't need no drink, no smoke to regulate me and my highs are low. Just good vibes, good vibes. My wave is natural stimulation, so I'm elated in elevation. Good vibes, good vibes. You who gave birth to me and helped me grow. I'm all is good. I just wanna say I love you, dear mama. Come get these flowers while you're here despite the drama. You taught me how to count my blessings. I had hard lessons. Now I'm a man, I understand, but I'm in a queen's presence. I just wanna say I love you, dear mama. Come get these flowers while you're here despite the drama. You taught me how to count my blessings. I had hard lessons. Now I'm a man, I understand, but I'm in a queen's presence. Me and you against the world, so many trying times. We used to struggle in the bricks, we barely had a dime. We was the gossip of the city, daily scandalized. Because the word on the streets is you was getting high. Undying love for my granny, cause she loved us. And she did her best to support us through all our troubles. But I went astray and let that thug life raise me. I was just a product of my environment, was crazy. Because of you, I used to say I'd never sell drugs. Then I got trapped in a cycle and I became a plug. I went half trigger happy with all the gunplay. I was up and fire, living reckless, needless to say. I was all in and all out, yeah, the dumb way. Throwing chain gang bricks, I became a legal slave. I left my seeds behind, but it was God's plan to make me a better man and get a second chance. Apologies to my wife, cause she was all alone. But she got closer to you, and that's what kept us strong. And by the way of this bond, it helped us carry on. Even though I always be a baby, now I'm full grown. I just wanna say I love you, dear mama. Come get these flowers while you're here despite the drama. You taught me how to count my blessings. I had hard lessons. wanna say I love you, dear mama. Come get these flowers while you're here despite the drama. You taught me how to count my blessings. I had hard lessons. Now I'm a man, I understand what I'm in a queen's presence.
Peace and love, family. Y'all already know it's love. See y'all in the next measure. Let me get me some shut eye.